Hey everybody, welcome to my stream. Make sure you guys hit the like button on the way in. Also, subscribe if you are new and share on all of your platforms. And as you guys know, I'm simulcasting from both channels, my old channel, and then of course my new channel, which is Melody Amber. I see Cynical in the chat. Hey Cynical. And she actually dropped the link to my new channel. So I want everybody to make sure they stop what they're doing right now. Click on that link right there and subscribe to my new channel, Melody Amber. Because pretty soon, Sweet Melody Media will be no longer. Gone. Finished. Done. But the only reason why I'm keeping it for now is so that I can simulcast both channels and hopefully get all of you guys to subscribe to my new channel. So we have a very interesting topic tonight. It's very relatable because I'm sure a lot of Black people have different races of friends who like to use the N-word. Or you might even be dating interracially and your significant other might like to use the N-word loosely. And of course, I know a lot of people who use the N-word that are not Black. So we will talk about that too. But honestly, I'm going to be honest. It don't really bother me that much. I guess because I'm around it a lot. I'm used to it. Who I think it really bothers is the older generations, like people who went through racism and, like our parents maybe, or our grandparents, our great-grands. I think it affects them more. It's like a shock to them when they hear Caucasian, Hispanic, Asians, anybody who are not Black. When they hear anybody who is not Black use that word, it's like a shock. So let me say hi to everybody in the chat before we get into it. We have Woody Johnson. He says, let's go. Thank you, Woody Johnson. Salute to you. We have Mr. Know-It-All. Hi, Mr. Know-It-All. He says his answer is no. He don't think that other races of people can earn the right to say the N-word. All right, we have the cynical one. Hi, sis. And again, Cynical, thank you so much for dropping my link in a chat. You're the best mod ever. I appreciate you. Then we have Irby Fatal. Like I like to say, it's probably fatal, but you know me with the fatal. But salute to you. Thanks for coming. Hey, happy life. He says, let's go, Jersey Mellow. Salute to you. And then let's see, we have anybody else? Oh, Sean. Hi, Sean. Salute. He also is saying no. We have the positive man. Hi. Salute to you. We have PHX Fish. He says the word is disgusting and nobody should use it. We're going to get into that too, because I agree. Not even African American or Black people in general should use that word. So we agree on that. Hi, Angela C. Salute, sis. Thanks for coming. We have LSP, the freckle face artist. Hey, girl. Thank you for coming. And then we have Madara saying what he always says. Hey, cute girl, Melody. Hey, what's up? And Ray Hanma, blessings and salute to you, bro. All right. Oh, and Irby. We already said that. He said you got that right, Mel. All right. Let's get right into this. I actually have a video. It's kind of old, but it's new to me because it's my first time seeing it. It was about 10 months ago on Kendra G. So I want to cover this lady pretty much saying the N-word multiple times. And it was kind of cringe, but she feels like she earned the right to it. So I'm going to get into that right now, actually. So bear with me, y'all, while I pull that up. Hold on one second. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button too on the way in. And make sure you're sharing to all of your platforms, whether it's Facebook, whether it's Instagram, whether it's your own YouTube page, wherever it is. Make sure you guys get me out into the algorithm and tell a friend to tell a friend that Sweet Melody Media, aka Melody Amber, is live, y'all. Very important y'all get me out in that algorithm. Okay, so. Oh, I found it. All right, we about to get into it. All right, so we have the FBI warning. Federal law allows citizens to reproduce, distribute, or exhibit portions of copyrighted motion pictures, videotapes, or video disc under certain circumstances without authorization of the copyright holder. This is called fair use and is allowed for purposes of criticism, news reporting, teaching, and parody, which doesn't infringe of copyright under 17 USC 107. Fair use, y'all. Can you guys see the screen? Put a 1 in the chat if you guys can see the screen. Well, actually, I know you can see the screen because I can see the screen. So, fair use.
You know what? My hair is not even done. I don't have makeup. And you accepted me when I don't have the makeup on.
Well, girl, you pushed the request. So what you want to do, honey? I just.
You know what? Yeah. You know what? I'm here.
You putting clothes on, bro?
No, let's do it. I just cover my head like that.
Is that a go-to? You got a go-to?
No, it's just jewelry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have?
I see you in the chat, Chow Hound. Salute to you. And salute to you too, Blue TV. I saw that you did come on the panel. I'll be opening up the panel very soon. So if you want to come back, you can.
A better light, like a light that can be brighter. Okay, actually, your light's not that bad. It's just my light. But if you can put a light in your, oh, that's probably better. Yeah, what you got going on?
Yeah. Is that good?
Okay, yes. What's your name, honey?
My name is Anju.
Anju. How do you spell that?
Anju.
Anju. So we're gonna have to follow a 7-second rule. So just try to wait a few seconds after me to respond. So Anju, where are you from? How old are you?
I was born. Oh yeah, 7 seconds. I was born in Bhutan. I grew up partly in Nepal, partly in India, and partly here in the U.S. So.
Okay. Where do you live now?
Okay, y'all. So you heard her. She was born in India.
California, the Bay Area.
Bay Area. How old are you?
I'm 30.
30. Anju, Bay Area, California, 30. What do you do for a living?
I'm a security officer.
Security officer. Do you have any children?
One.
How old is your child?
She's gonna be going on 8.
8. So Anju, Bay Area, California, 30, security officer. One child is 8. What's your zodiac sign?
I'm a Libra.
They said we're not lagging. Thank you, God. What kind of man you looking for, boo?
I really want a man that believes in God, who is really dedicated to the Bible, who knows the chain of command from the Bible, because I can say I want a man who believes in God, but a man can go to a church and not know God. I really want you to follow the chain of command of what the Bible says, because I've been studying Bible since at the age of 18, and I have not stopped. 2 days out of the week, I have not stopped doing that. So for me, keeping that discipline and regularity is really important. I want a man that can give me, we can give both each other so much love. We can spoil with each other love. I mean, I think a man and a woman can go with each other, the differences and stuff like that, but agree to disagree, right? A man that can agree to disagree, a man who can teach me how to, if I'm like turned up, right, like my voice, I'm not behaving, I want a man right there, like, no, we can communicate, we can talk, we don't need to sit here and argue, we don't need to sit here and fight and bring the chaotic and chaos into our lives. It's unnecessary. Even right now, I feel like I'm like spending extra energy, which I feel like I don't need to, right?
Okay.
If you and I are, both of us are, two people are in peace and at peace, we should be able to communicate and sort things out, based on communication rather than fight. A fight and toxic is something that I stay away from.
Okay. Now, do you practice a certain religion?
I'm sorry?
I said, I know you want a man that believes in the Bible, but do you practice a certain religion?
I feel like I grew up with my mom and dad. I grew up in very different religions. My mom was Christian and my dad was Hindu. So like growing up in that different, I'm
Hit the like button, y'all. Make sure you hit the like button on the way in. Very, very important.
losing words right now. There's so many people, and I'm with you on the. When you first started it, I was watching you. I was doing the security. I was like telling people, like, "Hey, look at Kendra G is doing a great job. Connecting people." And I was telling a lot of people about it. And I always try to connect with you, and I never got to it. And here you go. Right now, I'm with you, Kendra.
Hey, baby. I received that. Thank you, honey. So the reason I asked this, because I'm just trying to figure out, I'm not sure, because you had me on, this has to be a Bible guy.
Yes.
So I don't know about our religions. All I know about is Christianity. That's why I was trying to figure out, do you subscribe to that? But the question I want to know is, are you waiting for marriage to have sex, or that's not a rule you're practicing?
Um, that's not a rule. For me, I mean, I'm not particular about it. As long as I connect and I like somebody.
Kendra asked the dumbest questions at time. The woman has a child and she's asking her, is she practicing celibacy before until marriage? That's the dumbest question ever.
I feel like that's a secret in between two people. Like sex is very secret in between two people. If we give consent to each other, then that's like, it becomes a magic. But when one person likes one person and then one person doesn't like the same, that's just a disaster. I feel like I have a daughter that's 8 years old. I never liked him. The only reason I got with him was to smoke weed. And he pretty much.
The only reason why she got with this man, who was the father of her child, was to smoke weed. Like, how you don't even like your baby father? That don't make any sense.
like he liked it me, so he forced me into it. And I was only I was when I was at the age of 18. I was 18 years old, and now I'm 30. That all that time being wasted. Now I can't buy that time to find a husband to grow old with, right? But that's my ultimate goal, to grow old with a man that loves me, that wants to take care of me, and I would want to do the same.
Okay.
She should have thought of that before she brought a whole human being into this world. And that's what killed me about women, modern women. They always blame the fact that they're single mothers on them being young. Oh, I was young, I was dumb, I didn't know. No, lady, you know. You knew because I was once 18 and I knew. That's why I don't have any kids now. So that's like a poor excuse for a woman to give. Oh, I was young and dumb. No. Yes, you was dumb, but don't blame it on being young. You 18, you should know better.
Okay. What are your deal breakers, Anju?
Yes, yes, you said it right.
What are your deal breakers, honey?
My drill breakers are earlier stated drama and disrespect.
Disrespect. Okay. Does he have to look a certain way?
I definitely want a handsome looking man. I feel like I done been settling for an ugly looking face. I just feel like I deserve a good looking man, you know?
Yeah. She said she been settling for ugly. You changing that up. Okay.
Yes.
No more ugly men. Okay. Um, does he have to make a certain amount of money?
Not, not necessarily, as long as he knows how to be a hardworking individual, right? Because sometimes you can, even a rich man can lose everything and he has to build all over again, that, right? Um, even a rich man is not a rich man if he do not know how to manage his own money. So therefore, I want a man who mentally knows, how to take care of things, how to listen, pretty much. Like, because if I have a man next to me that who do not know how to listen, you're pretty much wasting your life for it. I feel like I wasted all my 20s next to a man that didn't care to listen to me. I was there to providing love and support. He was like a pre-diabetic individual that I pretty much cured him by the way I fed him food, by the way I took care of him. I took care of his stepson that he had with another woman, with my money. And out of all of that, all I got in return was disrespect.
That's your fault. If you decide to sit there and take care of a man's stepchild, not even his child. You was taking care of a man's stepchild. So that means he was probably married because that's what step means. Step means you had the child, your wife had a child with someone else. And now that's your stepchild and you're taking care of it. So she's really stupid for taking care of her man's stepchild. That don't even make any sense.
So,
Okay. Andrew, does the guy have to be a certain ethnicity or race?
I mean, necessarily, like, my daughter's father, he's African American, a nigga from right here in.
There it is. My daughter's father, he's African American, a NIG from such and such. So you see how comfortable she felt calling him an N? That is crazy.
Yeah. You can't make this shit up, people. You cannot make this shit up.
I mean, that was crazy. She felt too comfortable calling him an N. And she has a daughter by this man. Can you imagine the things she called her daughter? Wow.
The Bay. I see potential of, like, I like people with culture. Like Americans, I don't really understand the culture of America. So therefore, even though I try to associate myself with Americans, it's like it's really hard. It's like,
How she don't understand the culture of America, but she used to smoke weed with her black baby daddy while taking care of his stepchild. She got a bunch of tattoos all over her, which is American culture. And she got a scarf on her head, which is also American culture, to throw a scarf or a bonnet on your head. Girl, you got America written all over you. Even though,
Emotional damage.
like, sweetie, even though you're an Indian woman, you still are an American. You're an American. I'm looking at you. You got a gold tooth, tattoos all over you, and a scarf on your head. So you knew American culture. You're living it.
I get them because I went to high school here, so I kind of know, right? I relate with them, but they don't relate with me. So a man who has a culture, background, that would definitely do good.
Okay. Did I ask if you have to make a certain amount of money?
I think you did, but not necessarily. I don't require for him to make certain type of money, as long as he knows how to manage. I think management is really a big deal to me.
Okay. Let's do the Kendra Cam.
Oh my God. Sure. I've been working on my body really hard. So I go to the gym and stuff like that. So
Okay, we see you.
Well, at least she's in shape. I give her that.
I got a question. I think I might have missed it, but some of the cousins are asking me in the comments if you said, did you say your child's father, did you say the N word from the Bay Area?
yeah, he's a nigga. Yeah.
Woo!
The reason
Oh my goodness. She is just using that word so loosely. Amazing.
say no one can, I feel like I will be able to talk to them, because all my 20s I was new to this country. In America I was new. Never seen a black individual, and that individual for 5-10 years calling me on my face, nigga, what, bitch, what the fuck, all that.
Well, let me jump in real quick. And I'm from the East Coast.
Mm-hmm.
So I actually grew up with, the N word is very sensitive, right? And
right.
Black people, like, I'm a person that grew up around Latino people saying the N word. And
right.
So I'm accustomed to that. I know a lot of Black people don't like anybody that's not Black saying the N word. And I know Black people don't like nobody Black, period, saying the N word. So I am going to tell you that you utilizing that word, you got certain Black people like, wait a minute.
Yeah, I'm sure they're hating and they got a lot to say, but none of you Black people are there when a Black man was abusing me and talking, belittling me, and saying on my face, like, spitting on my face, throwing fruits on my face, and saying that, calling me a nigga. I told him.
It looks to me like she had the wrong Black man. Like, she met a Pookie, gave a Pookie a baby, and he was probably physically abusive and calling her the N word. And that's how she really learned the word or whatever. But that still doesn't give her the right to loosely use that word. That's a derogatory word. It's offensive. And she doesn't seem to care. Like, she just throws it out easily, loosely. She is so disrespectful. Exactly, Madara. Like, she is really, really disrespectful. GC was like, nah, it's not that. I don't know what it is, but this lady, she's so disrespectful.
For 10 plus years, like, I am not a nigga. Do not call me that. Please don't. Went to his uncles, went to all the people in EPA, but did they corrected him? Did they once told him that, hey, don't call that girl a nigga? She ain't no nigga. She has nothing to do with us. You shouldn't be involving with us. Like, you shouldn't be calling her a nigga. But did anybody stand up for it? I
counted at least 10 times. She just will not stop using that N-word. Kendra straight up told her that the N-word is offensive to most Black people. And it's like she has a I don't give a F attitude, to where she's going to keep saying it. And to me, it sounds like she's a tad bit racist. She don't even like Black people like that. And that's why I feel sorry for her daughter, because her daughter is probably not getting the love and treatment that she should get because she's half Black. Because this lady clearly is not fond of Black people.
my 20s been wasted up. Now I'm in my 30s, and that individual still got connected or drama with me, which I just want to like disconnect from myself. Even if I gotta get out of the country, I'll do so. But like, I am trying to get that away from that, especially the word also, because I necessarily don't think any woman should be using such a word, and especially me not being a Black woman, I shouldn't be using that word. But yet,
So why are you using it? If you know that you're not a Black woman and you shouldn't be using the N word, why are you using it so much? Make it make sense.
fact that I feel like I was pressed into it, talked down to it, I was called that word more than a million times. So therefore, I feel comfortable using it. I feel like I earn it, I own it, and nigga don't treat me like a slave. And right now, that nigga probably thinks
There it goes. She said she thinks she earned it. She owns it. The entitlement. She thinks she earned it.
I'm his slave, but I'm not. If I don't want to love you, I have right to not love you.
What's your ethnicity again, Angie? Some people ask me that in the comment section.
My ethnicity is worldwide, but I mean, I grew up in different countries, right?
So what is what's your parents? What's your ethnicity?
I'm from Bhutan. I was born in Bhutan.
What is your bloodline? Do you mind me asking that? Because I think the question's getting confusing. Like, what are your parents' bloodline? Like, what? I don't know how to say it to get.
Honestly, I did so much research. I did ask my parents and stuff, their family, and my mom's side and dad's side. My mom looked like a Black woman. Obviously, there's a Black woman out here like looks like my mom. I'm like, oh my God, can I take a picture with you because you look like my mom, right? And then in the other hand, my dad, he looked like a white man because he had blue eyes. The background of British slavery time. That's like different side of the world, right? So for me, I did so much research.
Hey, I agree 100% with you. Kendra is not checking her like she should, but she usually check guess that she don't need to check. But when a woman comes up like her and is blatantly disrespectful to her race, to Black women or Black men or whatever, Black people in general, she let that slide. I would have been hung up on this lady a long time ago. The first time she said the N-word, that would have been it.
And I still haven't found out who my people are, and that's okay. At the end of the day, I'm a human being, and nigga didn't call me nigga for like million gazillion time that I feel like I own the word. Like,
listen. Here's the let's for you already said it enough, and you did explain why you said it. I am gonna prepare you. You're gonna get a lot of backlash from individuals about saying it that way, and so as long as you're ready for the.
Is that you, Game Changer?
Yes, me.
Okay. Before I press play, do you have anything to say about this craziness?
Well, I do think that you said it right about Kendra and how she's reacting to it. She do have much harsher reactions to other Black people than she do to this particular person. I think Kendra just does whatever is necessary in order to draw the crowd. I mean, she did choose to highlight this one, apparently.
Yeah, she highlighted it, but not only that, she's like letting her go. Like, she's letting her say this word. She said the word like over 20 times now.
Mm-hmm.
And she's not putting her in her place. And she's not even hanging up. Like, if this was a Black woman, let's be honest, she would have been annoyed with her and hung up with her a long time ago, or cursed her out or whatever. But it's like, you have a point with the entertainment part. She know that another ethnicity calling Black people ends is gonna get views and clicks, so she just let it go.
Yeah, exactly.
So you're right.
The backlash that you're surely going to get for saying it. I just want to prepare you in advance. Okay, but let's continue.
Yeah.
And let's try not to use it anymore as we continue. We're almost done. When was your last relationship?
My last relationship was like 2, 3 years ago.
3 years ago. You don't have to answer, but I'm gonna ask. When's the last time you was intimate with someone?
I chose not to, but I mean, yeah.
Okay. Um, do you want more kids?
It's like I do, but I definitely want. I don't care what what man I connect with, right, or what background he is, right, what he is, right. But I do want that man. If I ever ended up having a child with a man, I would completely want to be in control of the motherhood part. I do not want the man to interfere with my purpose and my plan of my department of, like, I don't want men to come fight fight me in the kitchen, like I want to be able to freely do my kitchen work. I don't want men to come argue with me about my work. I feel like for 8 years, that individual was telling me what to do, telling me how, I was telling that individual, like, no, child shouldn't be drinking so much, juice and sugar. It's gonna, their teeth is gonna be bad. We're gonna have to feed the child also water and intake other substances. And I had that individual arguing with me, raising that child. I don't even feel like I'm.
I feel like she's probably combative. She's just telling her side of the story, but she came on this show with negative energy. So I can just imagine the negative energy that she gave to her child's father. And then she wanted to sit there and make it seem like he was just attacking her for no reason, arguing with her for no reason, and interfering with her being a mother. I don't think she's telling the whole truth. I really don't. But before you guys respond to what I just said, let me let the people on the panel. Is that you, H&M?
Of course, sweet melody. Love what you're telling me. The way you kill it is a fest, no me.
Hey. And Brienne, is that you?
Yes, hello.
Hi, Brienne. Okay, perfect. So, you want to answer
The
my
one
question?
saying, always cooking like a frying pan. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're good. So, Swag, what do you think about that? Does she seem like the type who likes to argue and fight a lot?
From what I've been watching so far, that's what I'm gathering from her whole situation. Because I mean, the fact that you're up here really trying to debate the fact that whether or not you're allowed to say the N word is just crazy to me. Because no black person in their right mind could ever just go around and saying whatever racial slur there is for the Indian race or whatever. So, what makes you think you're able to say it?
Exactly. And I was saying that earlier. I was saying that you don't like the N word is the only derogatory word that you can use freely because you can't go to a Hispanic person and say, "What's up?" I don't want to really say the words, but whatever, spick. Or go to a white person and say, "Hey, cracker, what's up? How you doing, my cracker?" Like you can't do that. The only race you can do that with is black people. And that's why I say that black people are definitely the most disrespected. Black people are a joke to everyone else in the world. Like they don't like black people don't get along with their own people. They can't even date their own race. Like black people, black women and black men have a gender war going on. It's like black people are a joke to the rest of the world.
I do have something to comment on all of this. I do agree with you, but I think the main part is she popped a black baby between her legs, so now she really thinks she owns the word. She's saying just because of the harm she allegedly went through in her relationship. No, it's because you popped out a black baby. So you
Yeah.
think now you truly own the word and you're part black now. The only thing
Right.
bad about her is the DNA that man left in her. That's probably still going to be there, the rest of her life.
Right, Brienne. And the crazy part is she's like, "Oh, I
Makes
want to
sense.
find a man that's cultured now," because she was saying American people don't have a culture. Well, obviously it's going to be
Wow.
hard. That's what she said. And obviously, it's going to be hard for you to find a man that's cultured because most of the time, once you pop out a black baby, nobody's really going to want to deal with you like that seriously. And that's just what it is. They're going to look
And
at
let
you
me
like you're a
say this.
joke.
Yeah. Let me
Go
say
ahead,
this.
H&M.
For
Wait,
someone
first,
who was
before you
brought
say
up, for,
anything, wait, before you say anything, I just want to make sure. Is that you, Mr. Know-It-All?
Yeah, that's me.
All right. Go ahead, H&M.
yeah, for
Wait,
someone who was brought
is
up
that,
in
I'm sorry, one more time. Is that
a,
you,
okay.
Letters?
Yeah, it's me. What's going
All right,
on,
Rock.
Melanie? How you doing tonight?
Hey, Rakim, I'm well. All right, go ahead, H&M.
Now, I was saying for someone who was brought up in a foreign country that values traditionalism, you would think she have a better outlook on life, have a better attitude, but she's presenting herself no better than the modern black women we deal with out here in the West. And I guess she feel like because she's been exposed to our culture, she's been exposed to our nature, our ways. Now she earned the right to act and behave and use certain slurs that we've been using for centuries or decades or whatever the heck. But no, she sounds no different than any other belligerent woman in this modern era. And to say she earned the word, you didn't earn jack shit. I'm sorry, you didn't do it. No, 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 you did.
Exactly. That's a good point, H&M. Well, what about you, GC? What you got to say about it?
Well, I think that she's just, I think she's a person that's not too bright. And
Mm-hmm.
people like that tend to emulate everything that's around them.
Mm-hmm.
And you could tell, and that's why she's, confrontational with, that's why she's confrontational with Kendra G and everything. Because she's seen confrontational people around her. Also, I think that she lies a lot. That she lies about a lot of stuff, and that's probably why she's in the predicament that she's in right now. She's lying about her relationship to her previous lover or husband or what have you. She's lying about um, how she treated him or what was the root of their interaction, or excuse me, their negative exchange. I don't know what's the deal. Like, why does she mention he's Nigerian? Because though most Nigerians are black, they that's the N word really isn't part of their culture the same way because of divergent history. So, for him to call her that in a derogatory way means that if she was to use that as an excuse, then it would mean that her only understanding of the word is a derogatory word. But it's not. She understands that it's just a general word that African Americans use amongst each other. That's how she's using it. So I think that there's definitely a lie there. There's a couple of more, and I'm pretty sure that they'll make themselves apparent as it goes on. But there's definitely a lot of lies in what she's saying.
Exactly. I definitely agree with that point. What about you, Mr. Know-It-All? What's your take on it?
I have a few things I could say about this. One, she's saying she's earned the right, but I don't think she genuinely believes she's earned the right. One, because you can tell that she's saying the word to antagonize in this interview. It's not as if, a lot of times when you see people who grew up around black people and they say the N word, you're like, yo, don't say that around me. About oh, my bad, or they'll, even if they fail at it, they'll at least try to curb the usage. Which brings me to another point that most black people tend to innately understand something about the N word that other people who feel they have license do not understand. Right? They think that because they see black people saying it amongst each other, but maybe getting offended when other people say it, that it's just a black privilege outright. But but one thing Kendra said that was true is that some black people don't like anybody saying it. And you'll notice that when a black person, typically, this is from my experience, when a black person says the N word around a black person who doesn't like to say it, they recognize that it's a sensitive word. And so when they're asked not to say it, they respect that. They know firsthand that it's a sensitive word and they don't push it They don't try to impose it on anybody,
Hmm.
even though they are black themselves. Whereas other demographics seem to think it's some sort of license that's earned, and once they earn it, they can use it as freely as they want because they've never been on the receiving end of it. You know what I mean? In its derogatory sense. So they're not sensitive to that side of it. They just think it's some sort of catchphrase that once you earn it, you're, you know, invited to the cookout, so to speak.
Yeah, there's no such thing as earning it. I mean, like
Even
I said, it don't bother me that much, but it's just not right. I don't even think black people should say it.
this, but that's exactly what I'm saying, right? Is they don't understand that part of it. They don't understand because they've never been. I mean, she says she's been on the receiving end, but this is from one man. She's never been on it from a societal end.
Yeah.
You know, so she's not sensitive to the derogatory nature of it. So she doesn't understand why anyone would be. And that's usually the difference I notice between N-word users who are black and those who aren't.
Right. That's true.
But also, when she says she's earned license to it, you know, there's one way to really tell. Put her in a room full of black women by herself, and let's see.
Not gonna
Let's see how
fly.
liberal. Let's see how liberal she is with the usage.
Right. It's definitely not gonna fly with no black women. She'll get beat up quickly. But H&M, is that you?
I'm back.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. All right, Rakim, what you got to say on this?
Yeah, can you hear me all right, Melanie?
Yes, I hear you.
Do I? Or my audio is okay?
Yeah, you sound nice and clear.
Okay.
It's a little low, but it's
My
clear.
Hmm.
okay, it's a little low. Hold on one
Turn
second.
it up just a little bit.
Just hold on one second. But my opinion of it, I one thing I hate about us as black people is how fickle we are with, because in reality, the reason that we say it is because we've internalized it, and that's the truth that we don't want to admit to ourselves. It was a word that was used to um it was a word that was used to degrade us in the past. It was a word that was created to degrade us and create it. And due to the brainwashing in the United States, we've eternalized that word and we view each other as that word. It's not
Hmm.
like when people use the N word, it's used all the way, like how people say, "Oh, that's a term of endearment." It's never been a term of endearment, never. And the funny thing is, it's not always used as a term of. If people grew up in the hood, you know what I'm talking about. If you grew up and dudes got into it and somebody said, "Yo, go get my gun. We about to ride on these bitch ass niggas." Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say it like that because I
It's
forgot you
okay.
trying to keep it clean, Melon.
No,
But
you good.
it would,
Just keep it at a
oh,
minimal, my guy.
or
Right.
oh yeah, the last time, or I'ma kill this N word, or BAN word. What you say to me, you better watch your mouth. Different things like that, or these N words ain't ish. Like it ain't never been used as a. So people need to cut it out with that. Me personally, I feel like how you feel, Melody. We shouldn't even be using it ourselves. See, that's the problem. People don't want to admit. We view each other as that,
Mm-hmm.
not
Yep.
just white people. We view each other as that, and that's what
Mhm.
things people are not being honest. It just so happened to, with our culture being at the forefront in America and our culture being influential, it has created a lane for other people to use off of hip hop, based off of watching a lot of things with watching a lot of shows with black culture and different things like that, and a lot of people tend to gravitate what looks like them, whether they're coming from like people, whether they're coming from the Caribbean in New York. Jamaicans use the word, Trinidadians use the word, Puerto Ricans use the word. So people tend to gravitate even here, like in my city in the Midwest, Hispanics use that word all the time. But at the same time, I am flipped on it because of the fact that I don't want no random person, especially like a white person or something, coming up to me like, "Yo, my N word." Like, nah, it just with the history that it just It just it's uncomfortable. But for like I've heard plenty of other groups, like plenty of primarily Hispanics, use the word, and I think it depends on the environment too that people are surrounded in.
Yeah, I
But
agree.
I don't think I think. Oh, I'm sorry. Go right ahead.
No, I'm sorry, I cut you off. Then I'll go.
No, I was just gonna say I think if we want to make an example, let's get rid of the internalized self hatred amongst ourselves and stop using the word for ourselves, and then everyone else will stop using
I agree, but I was really shocked. I went to pick up my nephew, and when I walked up to the playground, I saw a bunch of like Hispanic and Arabic kids, all types of kids, but not one black. And my nephew is like one of the only blacks. Like it's like a handful of blacks in his school. But it was a whole bunch of little kids, none of them was black, using the N word. And I was like, yo, that's crazy. Like I didn't say anything, but I just was like, that's wild. All these kids must hear their parents saying the N word. But I
it. Yeah,
also
and
okay.
oh, I was just gonna say, and then you got to think some of the music that most of these people absorb, like it's all like it's gonna be very difficult. Don't get me wrong, you're gonna watch yourself depending on the environment, but it's all through the music. It's all through the music. So like a lot of the times it's cultural influences, and I know people we should say, oh, you don't they don't need to be, saying that or but people are influenced by certain things. That's just the way people are influenced. So if they hear us saying it and we're considered to be the cool culture that influence a lot, is going to make other people gravitate to say it, you know.
I
And
agree.
you may not have people might not say it amongst black people, but they'll say it amongst themselves because guess what? These kids grew up with Thug and Lil Wayne and all of this other stuff. That's
Right. No, you're right. And the crazy thing is that I noticed even non-black rappers say the N-word. I mean, you got Cardi B, you got Fat Joe. Remember Fat Joe used to always say that my N don't dance, we just pull up our pants and do the rock
Do
away.
the
Like,
rock away.
you
Lean
know,
back. I lean back. Yep.
right. And I even heard the argument that the N word don't belong to black people. It belongs to hip hop. I was so shocked when I heard different races of people say that. It was a Jewish person and it was a Hispanic person, and they said that. I don't remember what I was
Wow.
watching, but it was like one of the platforms where they invite rappers onto it, and they had Jewish people there. It was not even hardly any black people on the platform, but it was a hip hop platform. And he said the N word don't belong to black people. I was like, wow.
Mm,
So they don't
mm.
I
understand why
mean,
you're mad
didn't
about.
black people create the damn word to begin with?
No, I think white people created. Well, the A, yes, instead of the ER, because the ER was white people, but A was black people, right?
but see,
N double G N I double G A. Yeah.
I'm a, I'm gonna interject with that for a quick second, Melody, because the A African American vernacular English. That's all it comes from. It just that's just the way we pronunciate the word. Just like if we say the K word, Killer, we say it Killa. If we say trigger, we say
Oh,
trigger
okay.
Tra. It's just our vernacular. It's not it's not like, a branch off the word. It's just that's the way we pronunciate. So it's all the same
Hold
Yeah,
up.
I
thing.
get what you're
Wait,
saying.
I'm sorry. Can we let's stop for 1 second because I want
You
to
got it.
take this banner off. So I know that's Aunt T. Chowhound, say something.
Okay.
Okay,
The
and
bull.
Jay Lion, say something.
No.
Jay Lion, I don't really know you like that. Do you mind turning your camera on? No one else can see you. I know
I've been
you,
on
but
your show before.
all right, yeah, I know the name, but all right, I trust you because I do remember the name. So
It's been a while.
It's been
No,
a
I
minute.
mean, hey, she got the overlay up, bro. You gotta just cam up for a second. Only she can see you, bro.
No one else will be able to see you but me.
You know what I'm saying?
If you can just show yourself. I can't see your face. Okay, you're fully dressed and I see your face. See, you're not even a
Fully
guy.
dressed.
See, our guys be not ugly and y'all don't want to cam up. That's ridiculous.
Yeah. All right.
Well, that's a
No,
matter
no,
of
but
Think about what
opinion.
he just said. It was
That's
so
a matter
funny. He
of
said, "He's
opinion,
fully
my
dressed.
G.
I'm gonna be here."
well, hey,
But I'm gonna
personally, I mean, look, I don't care if you're ugly or not. If you don't want, I mean, what the hell? Your face has been attached to you your whole damn life. So if you still embarrassed by it
I'm
after
thinking so funny.
25,
She
30,
said,
40 years on earth, you got issues, bro. You need to go see a damn therapist.
It's
If you still
crazy
he
because
said, "I'm
embarrassed
people
by
fully
your
dressed."
Go see
body.
a
He thought I
plastic
was gonna be
surgeon.
what, naked or something. He just said,
I
"You
didn't
fully
know
dressed."
what
He
you
thought I
was
was
gonna
gonna be
be.
on a.
I just
He
I
gonna
gotta
be like,
protect
"What
my
the heck I'm
But
camera.
doing there?" I ain't no
Like Game
weirdo like
Changer's
that, man.
another one. Game Changer's
but the
another
thing
one.
is,
Handsome guy. He don't want to show himself. It's so weird.
but no, I mean, I can Game Changers already kind of explained. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Why? So I mean, I get that, and maybe other people got the same reasons. But as far as the topic was concerned, when people say like black folks invented that word, like you gotta keep in mind that's part of the King's English right there. You know what I'm saying? And that word and that dialect evolved. You know what I'm saying? So that's all that's learned vernacular. You know what I'm saying? And especially when black folks decided to refer to each other like that. You didn't learn that shit from each other. You didn't learn that from each other. You learned that shit from you know what I'm saying, white folks, preferably, you know what I'm saying, slave masters, and then people trying to look down on you, you know what I'm saying, in Western society and using that word, you know what I'm saying, to group you and
Yeah,
categorize you. You know what I'm saying? Y'all just chose people just chose to
yeah.
call themselves that shit. But no, you did not invent the shit. Okay, you didn't invent it. You know what I'm saying?
There's
It
been
went
an
from, you know what I'm saying?
evolution.
It was
Yeah,
really,
but
it
we
was
can.
really, it was the ER. And instead of saying, you know what I'm saying, when people from the South, because it wasn't black folks, it's people from the South, when they said it, you know what I'm saying, in its plural context, you know what I'm saying? It sounded like it was an AS instead of an ER.
True. Real
Yeah,
quick,
I
I see
thought the
that
word
people.
originally.
Wait, hold on, real quick. I see that people are trying to come up, but the panel is full. So I will be rotating people who are not speaking out. So just give us a
Yeah,
minute.
panel mannequins.
Right.
Goodbye.
Go ahead. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
so
Go
let
ahead.
me.
You were talking.
So the word was invented by the Caucasians. I guess we just took the word and kind of added our own taste and
I don't
style to
know
it
if it was
with the
I
extra
don't know
A.
if it was invented by the Caucasians. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But it
That's
goes
my
back a
understanding
lot.
of it.
It go. I mean, I'm saying I don't know. I'm not arguing with you or disagreeing with you. I said I don't know. You know
Every
what I'm saying?
word we're using was
Well,
invented by the
I can
Caucasians.
But
tell you there's an evolution. There's been an evolution of the word because I did do some
yeah,
research and I have stepped in the streets, been in the streets, and what has happened is some of the young brothers, like in the early 2000, late 2000, early 2000, if you remember correctly, like when they were talking, some of the hip hop writers and performers. Good example. Trump, my nigga, he my nigga. And that hit right there. This was in the 90s. When they pointed out Trump's my nigga, and Trump was like, is that a good thing, a bad thing? Oh, it's a good thing. He said, well, as long as it's a good thing, because he was making money with Mike Tyson and all them during that time. He said, hey, it's a good thing, then hey, I accept that. So in that situation happening right in the open, a lot of people was like, oh, well, shit, this is cool. So what the young brothers did, they say Nigger. I have offense when you say nigger. But if you say
Oh, yeah.
Nigga, when you say that, then it's cool because we kicking it. Now, I worked around the Koreans. They were doing the same thing. My nigga, my nigga. And I'm looking, and they're not talking to me. They're talking to each other. So they turn around. I'm looking at them with this look on my face because I'm working security and bodyguard with them. Oh, man, is it all right? Because, we call each other that. I said, dude, because he wasn't calling me that. I said, hey, what y'all want to do is what you want to do. I'm standing here just making my dollar right now. Because, hey, as long as y'all not violating, doing them other shit or calling me that shit, then fine. You calling each other, that's up to you. That's what y'all want to do, fine. The Chinese was doing the same thing when I was working around them. The Hispanics was doing the same thing. The Indians, they was doing the same thing. So I was like, well, damn. I'm looking back at 90s when they were like, hey, this was cool. Trump, a nigga, and all that. And this is cool. If it's cool, then that's a good thing. If it's a good thing, that's fine. With Trump saying that, people all over start singing it. And what happens? Because of the media, the music, and everything. It picks up and it's saying it's okay as long as you don't say nigger. Because if you say
Try not to
nigger,
say that one. That's a trigger.
okay,
But
Yeah.
I'm telling
the thing
you
about
what.
it, as far as what I say with black folks, like just to go to her title, is it possible? The issue isn't even like who, because you can't control who the hell says it. You can say, "Oh, I give you the right to say it. I don't give you the right to say it." They ain't gotta listen to you. You know what I'm saying? Just like nobody can give you the right to say a word. You know what I'm saying? As
Well,
a
that's
black
why you
man
think
or
I
woman,
said.
can't
Why
nobody
you
give
think?
you. You can say whatever the hell you want to, and nobody can stop you.
Why you
The
think
issue
when
is,
they?
hold up, 1 second, bro. The issue is that people get triggered by somebody else saying that word, and that's why most people say that word. You know what I'm saying? When they do say, that's why I say, "Oh, can I say it? Can I say it?" You know what I'm saying? They want to say it because they feel as though that word has power over you because it can make you do things that you normally wouldn't do. It'll make you catch a charge. It'll make you hit somebody. It'll make you step out of character. So if that word still makes you do that, then that means that word still has power over you. That's a you problem. That ain't a white folks problem. That's a you problem.
Yeah, but it's also at the same time. Would you let someone come up to you and repeatedly call you a B or a BA? And like you could say it has power over you, but
You
sometimes it
got to
should.
you got to understand. I'm talking about them calling each other, not me.
No, I get
Them
it.
calling each other.
But
So
here's the
the
thing.
reference wasn't into me; it was to them. And I've been around different circles, like I said, with different people. Even some of the Russians even do that, and the Armenians even do that. And I've been around them all. I mean,
Look,
personally
I
around
get
them.
no,
Everybody does it.
I get what you're saying. I get with the brother that was just speaking. I don't know your name, but he said, "Hey, are you gonna let somebody say that to you?" Of course, I'm not just gonna let somebody say that to me because that's blatant disrespect. I'm not just gonna let somebody disrespect me. But at the same time, I'm not gonna let anybody pull my strings neither. If their goal is to get a rise out of me, I'm not gonna let them get a rise out of me with one word.
Well, Jay Lion,
No, knowing that that's their purpose.
I want to hear Jay Lion's take on it because he's been quiet. What's your take on it, Jay Lion? Jay Lion?
Did
Okay,
he
real
drop?
quick. No, he's still there. While we have some silence, shout out to Josh
Hey,
Watson for the $5. What is this? Cash App. I really appreciate you. Thank you, Doc. Thank you, Josh. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
like I said, you done seen it. You done seen it over and over again. You know what I'm saying? A white dude gets mad or whatever, he gets mad at you or is pissed off, a little jealous, whatever the case may be, and wants to get a reaction out of somebody. That's when they use that word. So why give them what they want? You know what I'm saying? Now, granted,
I
it's
agree with that. Like we don't have to be knee jerk reaction.
I'm just saying, if a dude, bro, if a white person that believes that all black people should be in jail and in cages any goddamn way because they consider you quote unquote animals, why the hell would you allow them to say a word to you and then you put yourself in a cage?
Me
Exactly.
personally, I think shout out to Auntie. I definitely get what you're saying. I think the situation varies. I think the situation varies because if it's somebody that's just blatantly disrespecting you, trying to trigger you, then you have your limits as a person. Because and that's with any slur, that's with any blatant form of disrespect. Like as a man disrespecting other men, people have been socked in their mouth for less. Not just even other people that's of the same group get into a confrontation with each other and stuff like that. And like I say, I just think it internalized the word because we got to remember this word was printed in newspapers. This word was printed. This word was all through television. This was a part of modern society before hip hop or anything before. And we've internalized that
Yep.
word because it was at one point a part of American media like they used to refer to. You can find old television shows with as the Nigger. What was the Adventures of Nigger Charlie? I think that was a damn who wrote that? I forgot the author who wrote that. But this was like considered part of American media for hundreds of years. So with us being oppressed, of course, we've internalized that because that's where we got all our education from, was from white people. So we started viewing each other as that. And
Yeah.
unfortunately, as time went on, it as our culture became more popular, that was one of the things of our culture that went to the forefront right along with everything else. Is because I mean, like even since the '60s, the '70s, black people were calling themselves the N word because, like I said, that's how we viewed ourselves or view other black people based off of what was fed to us from white people. But
Yep.
I think in this day and age, of course, it's hard to because it's something that has been passed down for generations and generations. But in this day and age, I would say like I'm not going to like if it's somebody that's just trying to be funny, like, hey, what's up, my N word? Of course, I'm going to bypass it. But if you trying to keep pushing me, and oh, I called you an N word, what you going to do about it? And all like you going to find out real quick. I'm sorry.
No, hey, but there's a way to get like that out of somebody. Like just like you said, some white dude says to me, and we could be cool, bro, play ball, work together, whatever. And you like, yo, what up, my nigga? I'm like, hold up, bro. You overstepping your boundaries, homeboy. You know what I'm saying? You won't be doing that again. And if that's
Yeah,
really
man.
your friend and they really cool, they gonna understand that, and that ain't gonna happen again. You know what I'm saying? That ain't gonna happen again. You ain't gonna get into no long, drawn out conversation. Well, you gotta say it to each other. Why can't I say it? You ain't gonna get into that. That's the
They love to
disrespect.
say that. They love
And even right there, it's not gonna be a fight. If it's me, it's not gonna be a fight. It's like, all right, you wasn't my
Yeah,
homie
man.
anyway. I'm out. Like that's it. Me and you ain't even around each other no more. So ain't nothing to do. All right, no problem. I don't have to go back and forth with you. All right, that's it. I'm gonna keep saying it just like that. All right.
Right.
You know what I'm
And
saying?
see,
That's
and
it, bro. Ass and elbows. You'll never see or talk to me again. You don't exist to me no more. You know?
Right.
Somebody
Can I
asked
can
me
I
if I
respond?
use.
Can I respond to that
But yeah,
comment?
real
No,
quick,
go ahead.
I want to respond to somebody in the chat. They said, "Do I use the word as my vocabulary?" No, I do not. I don't think no black person should be saying that. It's not. It's not cool. All right, go ahead.
I just wanted to respond to the comment that you had up to do. Who left that comment?
Madara.
Rashada or something? Yeah,
Madara.
when he said a Mudara, if someone called me an offensive word, get me wound up. I'm smart enough to say something to get a reaction out of them first, and we will go from there. On top of it, it's so much history behind that word. Like it's black people that was the last word they heard before they was taken out. You know,
Mm-hmm.
before they was lynched, before they was
Mhm.
tortured. You know, like all types of stuff. Like it's like I said, it's so much to it. You know, even to this day, like they may not say to it. And how many N bombs you think are thrown across the table in white households where they eating dinner? The N words are acting up in Baltimore again. All the
Mm-hmm.
N words are doing this in Detroit.
Yep.
They still use it. Of course, it's still they still use it to describe character.
I'm just saying
But
though, dog,
also,
and
in the,
I'm sorry to cut you off, dog, but it's just when you really just look at it in the grand scheme of things, just even from a bird's eye view, it's like, yo, an emotional knee-jerk reaction to the words that came out of some other person's mouth.
Mm-hmm.
It really does sound stupid, don't you think?
Well,
it depends, man. It
I don't know
depends.
because, like, for instance, I'll just
And
say this.
I'm saying an emotional
Say,
knee-jerk reaction that can get you locked up and or deleted.
well, that depends. That's
You
any
know?
words. People
It
I'm just
use
saying,
depends,
it,
man.
but people, yeah,
hey, however you react is how you react. I'm not going to tell another grown
right.
man how to react, but I'm telling you, don't react emotionally. Use your damn brain. Hey,
Because, like,
if you planned your attack, execution, and exit strategy before you go off the deep end, hey, I
hmm
hope you hit your target the first time. That's all I'm
but
saying.
see,
But either way, if
and
you're acting on strictly emotions, you're a damn fool.
yeah,
That's
I get
all
what
I'm
you're saying.
saying.
I get exactly what you're saying, and I just wanted because, like, even with what you're saying, it's other people they react to their words. They just do it in a different way. Like, I don't think no to go up to the small hat people and call them the K word. I don't think nobody would say the K word on national television or ask the small hat people why I can't say the K word, or calling an Asian person the C word or a Hispanic person the S word. Nobody's gonna blame, and they're not gonna blatantly say it because you're not supposed to be saying that. The message behind that. So I think that that goes the same way. Like if anybody step into the media and call the small head people the K word, they would literally be dumb.
Yeah. That was my point earlier. I said we're the most disrespected people on the planet. We're the only ones who accept that. We accept
We don't
that.
accept it.
No, but we
Don't have.
do. We
We
don't.
just don't have the clout to always stop it.
Right. Black people don't even try to put a stop to that.
Nah,
But see,
but
Let's
that's
be
my
honest.
point, Melody. I'm like, yo, you're welcoming disrespect by reacting emotionally every time somebody says it to you. Like you're inviting disrespect. It's just like being on YouTube. If people know they can get a reaction out of you, you're leaving yourself open to be trolled.
Right.
and you know what? And you're absolutely right, Auntie, with that. Um, Emotional reaction is a reaction from people that don't have power to handle it in other ways. And I think that's where it comes from with us. Because, for instance, we've never been able to punish people, especially white people, for speaking derogatorily to us. We've never been able to say, okay, we're going to take away their resources. We're going to make sure that they never work again. We've never been in that position. So the only other way, especially somebody that's tired of being disrespected, that have no type of power to do that, is to react from a physical standpoint. And I think that's
Yep.
where a lot of the times,
I'm,
like,
I'm not
for
saying
instance,
I'm
oh
not
But I'll
saying you
tell you,
sit back and take it. All I'm saying is you just use your brain before
no,
you
you're right.
react.
You're
That's
absolutely
all I'm
right.
saying, man.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're absolutely right. And I
Because
think
I'm
don't
not
react in an
tolerating
emotional.
disrespect neither, bro.
Right,
I'm not
right,
tolerating it. I can't tell you I won't just knock a dude out. But it depends on the damn situation. You know what I'm saying? It depends on a lot of things. You know what I'm saying? Right there as far as what I'm gonna do.
yeah.
But am I just gonna
Like,
sit there and
you
take
know
it?
what?
Of course not. But chances are I'm not gonna react in a way in which that person expects me to react. That I can
Right.
that
I tell
I'm
you, you know
pretty
what's the perfect
sure of.
example of that?
You know,
You know what's the perfect example of that you said, Auntie? The Twisted Tea guy. Remember what happened with the Twisted Tea dude?
no,
The
I
dude
don't.
that smacked the white boy kept calling him the N word. He got upset and he told him, "Look, man, leave me alone. Quit calling me that." The dude, he kept pressing him, kept pressing him, and I think he had like a Twisted Tea in his hand. He ended up dropping it. And the dude tried to like keep saying it and kick the can out of his hand. He just picked up the Twisted Tea can and smacked him up top on top of his dome with it. And they got and they hustling.
All right, real quick, Irby, is that you?
Yeah, it's me, Mel.
All
I
right.
wanted to.
Sweet Melody.
Huh?
What's up? Y'all can hear me?
I hear you now. What's going on?
Yeah, I wanted to respond to 18 letter and everybody on the panel talking about there's no black people don't really have power to not stop white people using
Well,
the
nah,
N-word.
I only heard one person say it. Well, nah, as a matter of fact, I actually said that you can't stop anybody from using a word. But go ahead.
I'm gonna play devil's advocate on that because Eminem has never, ever, ever used the N word and throughout his whole rap career and other white rappers because I think they know better. Once they say it, somebody's gonna get offended.
even Logic doesn't say it because he knows how it's going to be perceived, and he's part black.
Hey, but that's still a conscious decision to not say it. Just like, bro, F bombs. You know what I'm saying? And other cuss words, like in certain settings, us as grown adults know not to use certain language. We just stay away from those words. You know what I'm saying? We can just not say it because we choose not to say it. They're no different. You know what I'm saying? When somebody just says that, they know what, bro. They're saying it for a damn they're choosing to say it. So I'm just saying they're making a conscious decision not to say it. They're not just not saying it. Well, black people don't. I better not say it, or else you know what I'm saying. Black people gonna come back. The hell up out of here. They're making a conscious decision.
I think he does. I think they know better because they know the repercussion. But somebody like a Fat Joe and J Lo thought they could have used the word and nobody won't criticize them about it.
And
Bro, they
with
never got
Melody.
canceled. They never got canceled. You know what I'm saying? Those other dudes were able to make entire careers. You know what I'm saying? Entire careers without saying that word. You talking about Fat Joe, J Lo? These are people that literally have their rhymes ghostwritten for them, and their music and shit.
But you think it was a double standard? That it was a double standard.
Jennifer Lopez has never written a song in her life.
But she said
Don't quote me. I don't know that for sure.
N-word? Wait, hold on.
You know what I'm saying? I don't know that for sure, but I
Did
would
she
bet.
use the
I would.
N-word?
I am a betting man, huh?
Did she
No,
ever
but
use the N-word?
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
no,
but
for
that
real.
word, that song
she
she
used
used
it
with
on the track with Ja Rule.
Ja
Yeah,
Rule wrote that
she
song.
but she didn't write the song.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm real.
She did catch heat for it though.
Man, but she didn't write the motherfucking song.
She didn't write that.
She did catch heat for it though. She did catch heat for it.
Bro.
And surprisingly,
but
it was Ja
that's-
Rule that came to her defense.
Because
And he
wrote
should
the
have,
song.
because he wrote the damn song.
Yeah.
Rosberg, is
You know
that
what I'm
you?
saying? Like, come on.
Yeah.
All right, that's you.
But,
I got a question, Sweet Melody.
Ja Rule
see,
gets
here's the
Puerto
thing.
Rican.
Who was it talking? It was Irby talking. First of all, Eminem got caught using the N-word before. He got outed because of that. That's
Yeah,
number
he did.
one.
But
He got caught saying
using it with a
N-word.
chick. He got caught
Yeah.
using it with a chick.
And he said
No,
it's like
no,
way
no,
back in the day. It was like way
that Benzino thing.
what?
Yeah.
Was it with that Benzino controversy?
No.
Oh, it was before
It was
that. I
probably,
think it was EP
probably,
back in '96.
yeah,
He
it was
used
probably
it,
when
bro,
he
because
used
you
was
know
probably
M
when
goes
he
off,
used to
right?
hang. It's probably when he used to hang in New Jersey with the
Here's what
outsiders.
happened.
That's probably when he used it.
Here's what happened, dog. Just like because M be going off when a chick hurts his feelings, whatever. You know what I'm saying? And a black chick hurt his feelings back in the day, and he did a track about her.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm
Yes,
saying?
he did.
And he used the
it was
word.
an
That's what
intentionally
happened.
racist track.
And this is the difficult part about what y'all be saying, like in terms of J-Lo and Fat Joe. Somebody argued with me about this on the panel before. It's difficult because I can understand where y'all coming from, but I have to blame it on it being me being a New Yorker in New Jersey's. Like, it depends where you're from. And I'm not making excuses, but it's like when I hear Dominicans and Puerto Ricans say the N-word, I don't easily get offended because they don't say it as like they're trying to offend me. You know what I'm saying? So
because
it's like
they call ends too, right?
right, they call each other N-words all the time. Like people be on. It's funny. Like you seen a Spanish girl in the Bronx, like on the news. She was reporting something. He was like, "Oh, I don't know if I can say the word. Can I? Can I not? Because I don't want to say it if you can't let me say it." Melody.
Huh? Which word?
I can say the word, or can I not?
Yeah, it's over an hour. Go ahead.
I can. Okay.
Yeah.
So the Spanish girl sat up there and said it. She was she wasn't even on the news. It was some Instagram joint, and she was like, "Oh, niggas be wildin'. Them crackhead niggas be wildin'." And then people hear that, they be like, "Oh my god, why that Spanish girl said the N-word?" And I'm sitting up there saying like, "So what?" Like, I'm around my Spanish friends all day. So the thing about it is, it's a difficult conversation because when I say that, other black people will sit up there and say, "Yo, Bronzeboro, why would you let Spanish people say the N-word?" I said, "There's nothing to us. You don't get offended." Now it's weird. This is the weird thing. Like if it's a Mexican or certain Southern Americans and they say the N-word, we be like, whoa, you tripping, bro. But for some odd reason, usually if it's the Islanders, if it's Dominicans, Puerto Ricans, and of course, if it's Haitians and it's Jamaicans and all that, we don't care. Like we're not gonna get upset if they use the N-word.
Well, let me say this.
That's why I blame New York.
Let me say this. I think it has a lot to do with complexion too, skin complexion. Because if you have someone like Amara La Negra, or what's his name? Somebody from like Tego. You know Tego, right? Calderon. You know him, right?
Yes.
I know.
Yeah. Somebody with dark skin like that, it's okay for them to say it. But somebody white, like a white Hispanic, like J-Lo or Fat Joe or someone like that, it's more.
I disagree.
side eye, like they give you the
Yeah,
No,
side.
I
Nah,
disagree.
look.
No,
I
no,
was
Hold
gonna
up,
no,
ask
no.
that.
I just
hold up.
all
Nah,
right,
what it is? Hold up, Bronze. I'm gonna back you up on this one
all
because
right,
it's
cool.
just
Go
like
ahead, go ahead.
what Bronze said. For the most part, you know when somebody means it in one way or they mean it in another way. When they just say it, like you just know that. So I don't think it goes to just
But
skin
that's
complexion
why
or anything like that. Like just like
when they first say it.
I was using the example earlier where it's like, hey, you might have to check somebody because they overstepping their boundaries. It don't mean it has to be a fight because oh boy ain't mean it like that. But you still gonna give him a chance to clarify right now. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
right now. And by the way, don't be doing that again. No, I'm not
Right.
comfortable with you
Yeah,
saying
because
that.
I
see,
could just
look
You know
at
what I'm
answer
saying?
that.
Around me. No,
some
I'm
of the
just saying
guys that
you
Puerto
can
Rican and
you might
Dominicans
but other
got
people
black in them.
you already know what's up when they say that around you. And for the most part, like maybe that's because of where I am. They speak Spanish, so I'm about to hear you say negro. You know what I'm saying, or some bullshit like that.
Like
So
you get offended if it's
I'm a,
Italians or like
no, I
what you
mean,
call it, Irish. But the thing about it is when you say somebody like J Lo and Fat Joe, yeah, even
bro,
Big Pun was saying the N
yeah.
word. Big Pun was
Can I
saying
jump
the
in
N
on
word in
that
the
real
song,
quick?
and he did the song, and then
Let me
he did
let
a
me
remix to Snoop Dogg's 187. So I mean,
hey,
like, bro,
how often
let
is
me
an Italian person, an Italian like white person? I don't even give a damn if it's like a red skinned Italian, bro. Are they just gonna say that word
they gonna
around
use
you
another
like
word.
it's cool,
They gonna
bro?
use
They
another
they they,
they
they
gonna use
know
another
better, bro.
word.
They wouldn't do that.
No, but they
no,
wouldn't
they're
use
gonna
the
use
N word. They gonna use
Unless
another
they're
they're gonna
word,
trying,
do them.
unless they're
a
trying to
mook
fight
or some shit.
they
Yeah,
want to
exactly.
fight you right now. You know what I'm saying? Like
Let me
straight
just
up,
Man,
jump
bro.
in on this
I'm
real
watching
quick.
The Sopranos, and
Let
they
me
don't.
let
I was watching The
Ronsberg,
Sopranos, and they wasn't even trying to say that.
Ronsberg. Let me jump in on this real quick just to
What's up,
clarify
At?
your point.
Actually, I'm gonna be
You
right
was
back.
talking
I gotta
about when
charge.
you.
My phone is about to die.
I'm
What's
just
going
saying,
on,
I
At?
grew
No,
up
I was
around
just
too
gonna
many
say,
damn Italians. I don't
yeah,
remember no
No,
Italian
I'm
dude
listening. I just
spitting
gotta
game or
change.
nothing
I gotta
like that.
change. I'm
You
gonna
know
be
what I'm
right
saying?
back. I'm
Like, I'm
listening
just
though.
yeah.
being real.
All right,
All right.
cool.
No,
Yeah,
I was just
definitely
gonna
come back.
say. I was just gonna say
I'm
to
just saying they don't
what
slip and say
Bronsberg.
that shit.
Just gonna say to what Bronsberg was saying. He's absolutely correct because he like, uh, in like you got Puerto Ricans and Dominicans that grew up in these areas with Black Americans, right? Like, and it's just like the same here in the Midwest in Chicago. Humble Park Puerto Ricans say the N word all day long to each other. You know, like and that's a rough, well, it was a rough environment. It's being gentrified now, but I don't see anybody telling like people like, "Hey, y'all need to stop saying this. You need to stop saying that." I think if like we really want to make a change on people, we have to eternalize and stop saying it, and we got to rally to have rappers and everybody else stop saying it and putting it in music. And then is on, a lot of people are going to stop saying it altogether.
But you know what's gonna happen when that happens? Like if you try to rally for rappers and stuff, they'll be like, "Yo, I can say whatever I want," and they're like, "Yeah, you can, as can somebody else. And you can all and other people, you can react how you want to." That's all I'm saying. And as far as I see the Mister comment. Look, even the mooly, the mook, you know what I'm saying? Words like, man, bro, they not gonna say that around you unless they ready to fight. Okay, they are ready to fight right now.
Yeah, they're gonna say it behind your back.
That's the only reason why. That's what I'm saying. If they
And you
say
have,
anything,
and you
they
have,
not just gonna just joke around. Oh, I was just playing with it. Bullshit. They ready to fight right
Hey,
now over some shit like that.
I'm gonna stand behind what I said. I do think it's a complexion thing because tell the truth. If you have like a friend that's Dominican, that's dark skinned, or Jamaican or Haitian, and you'll let them be like, "Yo, what's up, my?" And like, what's going on? And like, you'll let them say it. But if it was a white skin, you
Because they're
can't,
black.
right? Because they're black. So I don't think it has anything to do with nationality. I think it's more skin
I
complexion.
I
Yeah.
mean,
no, no,
I got
I
extremely
disagree,
light skinned
Melody.
homies that use the N word, whatever. I don't think much about it. As far as I mean, maybe it's just different, like where I am. But I grew up around like Puerto Ricans in New York and Jersey area too, and I get it. It's a little different up there. It's a little
Yeah.
different up there because you know what I'm saying. Down here that don't happen. They just you know what I'm saying like Mexicans and Dominicans and Cubans and Colombians. They don't and Puerto Ricans. They don't just be using that word.
You
know what I'm
let me.
saying? Because they don't be in neighbor like that. Like most of them don't really grow up in
No, I
neighborhoods
wanted to respond to
around
Wait,
a bunch of
18.
black dudes. They
before,
grow up
wait a
around
minute.
each other.
Before anybody go, like whenever you see the Sweet Melody Media thing come up, that means somebody came up. So I need silence so I can introduce the person. Mel, is that you?
Yeah.
Bronzebird, is that you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, now I really want Jay Lion to say something because he's been quiet the whole time. After Jay Lion, let's go with Mel because he just came up, and then Irby said he wanted to say something. So go ahead, Jay Lion.
Yeah. Cause sweet melon. I think when like I was saying, I think you said you were like half Dominican, right?
Yeah, but that's not a race,
Oh yeah,
and
it's
I'm
not a race. I was
and
saying.
I'm and
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
not
I was
gonna
saying.
and I'm not gonna say half. Put it
Mm-hmm,
like that. I'm not half. My mom was adopted, so
mm-hmm.
and I'm not trying to disown it because Blue said you be trying to disown your Hispanic side. It ain't that, but I don't know it. So how would I? How can I? You know what I mean? How can I really rep it?
Oh
So
yeah, yeah. I was saying that like I think that as far as Dominicans or what was your opinion of Dominicans or Puerto Ricans or using the word because I think there's a lot of right, it's a lot of Afro Cubans or Afro Puerto Rican, huh? And I think that's
you asked me a question. You said, "What do I think
yes,
about like Afro Latinos and Latinas saying it?"
yeah,
I don't think anybody should say it, especially a non-black, like race wise. I'm not talking about like nationality. I'm talking about race. A non-black person definitely shouldn't say it because they know where that word originated from. It originated from white skinned people being ignorant towards dark skinned people. So I don't think nobody who's white complected should say it at all. And I don't even think we should say it. But I think more so they definitely shouldn't say it. And I don't think they earn the right to say it. And they're not invited to the cookout. That's just me. I just don't think anyone should, but it don't bother me that bad when I hear it. Like it bothers my dad. Like when he hears it, he's like, oh my God. When I hear it, I'm so used to it. I'm like, okay, whatever. I guess it bothers me a little bit because I hate the word, but my
yeah,
dad is
yeah,
so upset because he's in his 60s, so he don't really like it. But go ahead.
yeah. I think the word has become so normalized, especially in America. And I think I saw, the movie I think with Denzel Washington, it was like was it Malcolm X? I think when I saw that movie, I think he was saying that like he was playing a part of Malcolm X. He was saying he got called the N word so much he thought his name was that. And I'm thinking that yeah, and I think that word has become so normalized and people just look at it, like oh make it cool. Like you were saying, I don't use the word either. And I think that nobody really came up to me and no white person say, "Oh, what I'm saying they just know me." I guess 'cause I'm a tall dude. I guess I'm a little big, but I was saying I'm not huge, but I'm not no little guy. But you know, they know not to say it around me. But I don't spend a lot of time with white people anyway. But I would say that yeah. So and I think well, I noticed that I don't know. It's usually like as far as like the use that slang. You don't really hear like women calling them, calling each other like the N words. Oh well, she's my N word. It's usually if somebody calls a woman an N word or something like that, like it's usually like a somebody from another race will call, oh that's the N word B. Like I knew like this East African girl, like this white guy, called her an N word B. Huh? That's why I've noticed usually it's like always associated with like dudes all the time, like in casual thing. Oh, that's my N word. Huh? That's what I've noticed, right? Huh? And usually when somebody calls a woman that, right, it's usually some type of racist thing, like behind it, right? You know what I'm saying? In casual.
I've been called the N before when I was a little girl. Someone called me that, and it bothered me so bad. It bothered me a lot.
But then I was like, why am I even paying attention to this? Like, it was another little girl, a white little girl called me an N. And it did stick with me.
But the reason it bothers you is the same reason it would bother you if anyone insulted you in any way. They're
No,
trying to
but
they're trying to dehumanize you.
she called me an ER though,
Hey,
not
let,
an
let
A.
me let, let me let me let me tell you this is a story. You know what I'm saying? It actually happened out here a few years ago, right? A little girl, I guess she was called the N word by some other either a girl or her parent. You know what I'm saying? A white girl at school, at the bus stop, or her parent, whatever. So she goes home crying, tells her mom, goes to this woman's house, knocks on the door. I don't know what the hell happened between here and there, but this white woman blew blew through the door with a shotgun, blew this woman away,
Hmm,
blew her away.
that's wild.
I wanted to
Right?
respond. I don't think 18 months left. You talking about we need to make
Blew
the
her,
rapper.
blew her away through the door.
Well, and called her the N word
Yes,
too with
that
it, right?
way, yeah, and yes, that woman is walking free today.
Wow. That's
Okay,
wild.
you came on her property with hostile intent. She was in fear for her life.
Hmm.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Like how can a word
Perceived
like that?
hostile intent.
Yeah, you right. School intent,
Stand your
man. So
ground.
Irby, you're next.
you
I see you in the back chat. You're next.
know,
That's
I wanted
wild.
to respond to, before 18 hopped off the air. You were talking about we need to boycott or protest rappers from using the N word, but people already tried that back in the day. They sided with the rappers. See Dolores Tucker, and I think it was a pastor in New York, Calvin Butts, was trying to stop rappers from doing certain things like that, and people sided with the rappers, consumers.
Okay, I have something to say about the, the N word being a term of endearment. All right, this is like people say that the N word is a term of endearment, and it can be, but I think what really is it's just a
But
word that
people
refers.
rarely use it for a term of endearment. I usually hear it when people about to fight or
Hold on,
kill
hold
somebody.
on, hold
Where you been? I always use it as
on,
terms
hold
of
on.
endearment.
Don't
It's
say
a
the K
word.
word.
It's a word that's used just, I mean, to reference black people. And the reason it has such a historical negative connotation is because the people who were using the word to describe blacks had a negative perception of black people, right? Someone could come up to you and just say, man, get out of my face, you black bastard. And you'll get pissed. Not because you're not black, but because you know what they're saying has a negative connotation, right? And so when black people started using the N word, yes, they use it in as a term of endearment, and yes, they use it when somebody has not endeared themselves to said user. But that's the thing is the N word is a term of endearment if the person you're using it to is dear to you, and if they're not, then it can be an innocuous word. It can be like just calling someone like like that person over there. It could be neutral or it can be negative. It all depends on whether what the person you're referring to means to you,
I've
right?
heard women call their boyfriends their N.
Exactly. It's
Yeah.
a term of endearment in that case.
And in return, they be like, "That's my B."
Right.
Yep.
Exactly.
So I mean, we don't. I don't think we need to get caught up so much on what the word actually means because I think it really just means black. I mean,
But
it even
no,
stems from the
That
word.
is the,
Melody,
but that is the history.
can I give an example? Melody, I heard women say that they use the B word like my bitch as a term of endearment. Would you be comfortable if a woman would have said you're my bitch?
I don't like that. Mm-mm. And
Look, listen.
I'm sure men don't like when women call them an N either.
I don't care.
I don't care.
The thing about it is, this is the thing. Like, we have to go off of history. all the word ever meant in history meant to call someone black. Back in the days when they had the explorers come to America or the New World, they were calling the people that they seen black, tawny complexion, all this, that, and third. Even Italians that was in Sicily were being called something to the nature. Even the Jays were sitting up there giving specific descriptions of people who have dark brown to black skin tone. So when they started coming up with the term with the N word, it's just kind of like then it came out of I don't forgot in a biblical sense.
Portuguese, right?
Huh?
Portuguese, right?
Yeah, it was Portuguese or Latin origin, and it's just like, well, the N word again, many descriptive terms, like especially if there's racist terms that certain groups of people use, they're usually just calling them black. Even if you even thought about certain terms like swarthy or this, that, and the third, that still meant darker complexion or something of the sort. So my thing about it is when people trip off using the N word, my thing about it is when we talk about the rap industry, who do you really blame? Because the thing about it is these rappers are taken to the furthest point where they want to egg on the white person, for example, to say the N word, and then the white person be like, nah, I'm not gonna say the N word. They'd be like, nah, come on, we cool, we chill, we chill. But then when a white person says it, you can't really get mad at them for saying it. You gotta look at the man who allowed them to say it in the first place, which was a black person.
Right. What do
So
you
That's exactly what we're discussing, right? Another black person can't give a white person the license to say it to me. You can give them a license to say it to you, but that don't mean they can say it to me.
What about Dave Chappelle with the remember the N family? NIGGAR is the you know what I'm talking about.
yeah, I know what you're talking about.
The
That
the,
skit.
the
Mhm.
skit, and he had the white people with the last name N and all that. Do you blame comedians for doing stuff like that?
You don't blame anybody in their professions. You blame the individual. That's just like if you live in a neighborhood, let's say I'm not gonna even use New York, New Jersey. Let's just say you down south and you in some like southern place or something like that, South Carolina, North Carolina, Atlanta or something like that. And you around black dudes and all of a sudden they have a white dude that's there and that dude say the N word like it's his last name. Who you gonna look at? You gonna look at the white dude for sitting up there saying the N word, or you gonna look at the black people that he's around? You probably gonna look at the black people. Why you let this
Both,
white
though.
boy say the?
Both.
You would say both, but at the end of the day, who's the one that uses? Let's really be real. If we're gonna talk about someone that uses the N word, who's the first person to use the N word with no problem, and there's not gonna be no pushback? Black people.
Black people.
Black people.
But you think
So
because a white guy grew up around some black people, I'm gonna take that as an excuse?
I'm not saying you're gonna take an excuse, but then you're gonna kind of if you're not from there and you see that white dude using the N word and he's around black people, you're gonna be looking at the white dude weird, like why are you using the N word? But then you're gonna be like, well, who told you to say the N word? Who thought it was cool for you to N word, and who accepted you saying the N word? The black people he was hanging around.
Nah, but Mr.
So that's why I
Know-It-All
say
had just
both.
said,
That's why
like,
I say
yo, you might be able to say it to them, but you can't say it to me. And that's the end of discussion for me.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like when I
Like,
say both, when I got to college and I was in the dorms and people were coming from all over the place, there was white dudes who would come up to me and say the N word. I'm like, yo, bro, don't say that to me. They're like, nah, man, but you know, I'm like, I don't care.
I just stared
Go
at
home
him.
and say it. Don't say it to me.
You know what's the best feeling in the world as a black person? When they know they about to say the N word or they say the N word and then they stop themselves. I don't know why. That shit is funny to me. Don't lie. I don't have to say a word. I just can look at them and be like, yeah, you didn't messed up, right?
nah,
'Cause you
and that's
caught
what they're
yourself.
supposed.
Oh
That's what
my
they're
god.
supposed to do. Nah, you caught yourself. You know damn well that's not
Yeah,
supposed to just
you
roll
did it
off
That's
of
you,
your
yourself,
tongue.
Blue?
man.
That's you,
Yo,
Blue? That's you, Blue?
Yeah, I think it's me.
Alright.
What?
so come on. I'm just saying. I don't need to hang with or have any type of dealings with somebody that's got that limited a vocabulary that's the only thing they can say to me.
I've gotten called worse by other races of people. By some random Asian lady, I'm minding my own business, and I'm not saying this to be funny. I felt like I was on the front seat of Central Park 5. Some Asian lady gonna call me a damn devil asher. What the does that mean?
Devil Lasher.
You're gonna call me a devil asher. I've been called worse. And then even when it comes to the politics of black people, when you are the different black person, they gonna call you, they gonna sit up there and give you all these random words that make you feel great and stuff like that. Oh, you're so articulate. Like, come on, fam. I've been around the rosy with this stuff, man.
What about like monkey? that's kind of offensive.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Yeah, somebody call you a
But
monkey. You like what?
somebody calling, but that's the thing. You have to remember when it came to the white slavery narrative, everything is in reverse. What they're really referring to is themselves because they're the direct product line of monkeys. We're not related to monkeys.
Yeah, I was about
Yeah,
to
but
say
they're
that.
saying you
No,
look like a monkey. They're saying
But
you look
even
like a
yeah,
monkey.
but
they're going by description. But if you really think about it, white people are the direct line of monkeys. They're just
I mean,
using
the
up the skin
shaver.
tones and
Goodness.
the behavior.
They're calling you an animal, dude.
Okay,
You know,
and
Oh,
you
we
call
shave a
and then
monkey.
what do we call white people back? If you have knowledge, you either call them descendants of your cub, or you call them Neanderthals,
Let's
which
be
means
careful.
they're inorderly and they have problems. There's something's wrong with them.
I,
They come out of
I
cage.
got issues, dog. I'm not going back and forth.
No, I'm
That's
not
it,
going
bro.
back and forth either.
We're either
So
gonna fight, dog, or I got an exit stage left.
I do recommend we
You know
go
what I'm
a
saying?
little bit. I do
Straight
recommend we go
up.
a little bit back and forth though. Like if a
But
non-black
Yeah,
person
yeah.
comes up,
But when
Bro.
you think of
but
Why would
check it,
why
check it.
would you want
Check it
why
out.
would you want to have why would you want to go back and forth with
Check it.
somebody that's already
Check it.
proven like
Let me tell
they're
you how. Let
stupid.
me tell you how.
They're
because I did it
stupid. They're
before.
uninformed.
Listen,
They
I'm
No,
show them
walking
have no
away. You
Let me
heard
respect.
tell
me.
you
I
how.
listen,
am
I
walking
did it before
away.
and I educated
Hold
them and
on,
made
no,
them look
hold on. Let me
stupid.
tell you.
Hold on. Melody was
I'm not
saying
just
something.
saying
Leave them alone.
No, I was saying I'm walking away. No, that's cool.
No,
Let me
all
tell
I'm
you
saying is
how.
at the end of the day, sometimes it's funny to me. This is why I love
Let
trolling
me
because I
tell
like,
you
listen
how.
to me.
Go back
Wait,
and forth.
Mr. Know-it-all, before you go, I just want to finish this point. I promise I'll give it to you. What I'm saying is this is why I love trolling because I've been around and I've heard white dudes really try it with me on panels. And I sit back and I listen. And I said, do you know where the N-word comes from and what does it mean? I shut them the hell up. They couldn't say nothing afterwards. That's why this ish is funny. Sometimes I
Bro,
just like educating them and just making them look dumb. That's
I'm
why I
not
love
saying
trolling.
I'm not saying educate them. In fact, I would say don't even bother.
No,
Because
it's great.
I saw the white dude on your stream the other day, and he refused to stop saying it. He didn't care about what education you were
Oh,
trying
you
to
did
do.
see that.
Oh, somebody was saying
Now,
the
let
N-word.
me
And
let
what did
me
you
Nah,
do?
that's what I'm
No,
saying, man. I'm not
I didn't
going
even.
back and forth
Bronzebird.
with
Let
him.
me,
That's
I want
it.
to
Let
know.
me
Hold
explain.
on,
I,
real quick. I want to
yeah.
ask Bronzebird, what did you do when
At
that man
first,
was saying the N-word on your panel? That's what I want to
okay. I'm trying not to be long winded with the story. I didn't even know he was saying the N word for like he said it like multiple times. Somebody alerted me in the chat, but I wasn't paying attention. I just got off my stream for a second and was doing something. So he was talking about how he has a mixed daughter, and then about how she said the and how he says the N word and laugh about it. Da da da. It was a whole discussion. He started getting his fifis because people was calling him out. Later on in the stream, we doing what we doing. He starts saying the N word. I said, yo, my dude. 18th letter was there. I said, yo, my dude, chill. Yo, read the room. We don't do that here. Like, yo, you doing a little bit too much for me. Like, stop saying that word, bro. You know what it is, especially as a white person. I don't gotta tell you that. Chill. Yo, come on, but everybody say it's because where I grew up. This, that, there. I said, I don't care. We're not doing that. I said, you got about like one more time to say that. I'm kicking you off the stream. Said it again. Kicked off the stream. That's it.
Yeah.
You
And that's the
say
thing. He wasn't trying to understand.
No, he wasn't.
When I
He
talk
was.
about go,
you say you had a
But
mixed
that's the
daughter,
thing.
right?
Wait, hold on, Mel,
Yes.
because you're next, because you haven't even spoken yet. But let me just say that's the thing. The ones with the black kids, it's the ones that have the half black kids who are
and the
disrespectful.
black girlfriends
I'm
and
sorry.
husbands.
Yeah, because you said he had a black girlfriend.
Yeah, you say you had a
And then the
mixed
other,
mixed kid.
yeah, and
Yeah,
then this
mixed
lady
kid.
I was playing
Yeah.
tonight, she got a mixed kid. So they think they earned the word by having kids with a black person.
But if I could just say one thing before Mel goes
Yes.
about when I say go back and forth a little bit, I'm not saying argue. I'm not saying educate. I'm saying return it, right? Because a lot of these people have a sensitive slur of their own, right? An Asian guy comes up to you and says, "What's up, my N?" You go back, "What's up, my C?"
Mm.
And when you return it back to them, that gives them a very potent reminder that, like, whoa, but they can't say anything to you because they just said it to you first. I've noticed, like, in a couple situations that can work. Now, to white people, it may not work because I don't know, they don't have a history of oppression, so they don't have oppressive terms that really hit them that hard. But you could say that to a Latino person, you could say it to an Asian person, and they'll catch on real quick.
Yeah, that's true. Real
Hey,
quick,
so I have
Classy, is that you, Classy?
Yeah, it's me.
No, that's not Classy.
It's me. It's me.
Oh, okay. All right, it's Mel's
Okay,
turn. Oh, uh, GC. Wait, just let Mel go and then you're next, okay? Because I
okay,
promised Mel. Go ahead, Mel.
okay.
And then Blue after Mel. I mean, after GC is Blue, and then Classy. Go ahead.
Well, from my point of view, we should have stopped this work years ago, but we didn't. So it's like,
Mel, you're low. You're low.
Kind of quiet, Mel.
Yeah, turn your mic up.
hello,
Yeah, you're still low.
hello.
You're better now. Yep,
Oh, can you hear me clear?
you're better now.
All right. No, we should. My
Oh
point
wait.
of view, we should have stopped this work years ago, but we didn't. And no matter what we're using now and everything, it's like, does it have any potent? We want to pick and choose. We get to complain who's using it. But it's like we should have put a stop to this many years ago. I mean, like I said, we see other races. Um, the Jews, yo, you say offensive word to them, they put their foot down. Same thing with the Asians. Same thing with the Latinos. They put their foot down. We don't. We pick and choose who we allowed to say and not. It's almost the same situation with females who they allowed to say the B word to them and not. And it's like, yo, like, you want to pick and choose your battles of who can say this word or whatever. I mean, we all, as a collective, should have put our foot down years ago about it. But now it's like, we constantly have a history of taking negatives and turning to positive so much. And it's like, yo, and then it's all backfiring. So it's like, there's an example, like you said, you want to stop some rappers from saying it. I mean, that ain't never going to happen. We got what? I know all the protests that happened back in the 90s. Who they protest by? A lot of old folks, church going old folks, politicians. They had no power because the younger generation had more power voices than they did. In the way that's not going to happen unless you heard them in their pockets. That's the only way you could stop a rapper for saying it.
Yeah.
It hurts them in their pockets, but it's it's too much. Like, yeah, every generation, a new younger generation come in, they have the voices of what's going on, and they tend to will determine a lot of stuff that's going on right now. So it's like they have a little more power with certain things that's going on right now. So we hear the N word going on so much, it's like, what sense getting offended for? Me, I'm like, yo, they try to use it on me like that. I'll let them know, okay, I'll show how much of a crazy N I am then. I'll flip it back on them. Who
Right.
trying to use it offensive or whatever, like, yo, shush, it is what it is. It don't offend me at all that deeply either, because you know what, shush, you want to see how much of a crazy N word I am, then yeah, shush.
Right. I agree. Sometimes you do have to flip it back on them.
Yeah.
That's the only way they'll learn.
And we already said, like a Brownsburg said about that doing this panel, yeah, like she got a mixed daughter. One of the things that proving my point, who's allowed him to say so much? He's been around other most likely certain black women that were allowed to say that. You know, there's a fetish kink with this, called like racist, or dope scenes. When
Mm-hmm.
you either got white women with black dudes and she'll say that N word like crazy, and they doing the scene with that. There's kinks behind this mess. So it's like even down low, like, yo, shush.
Yeah.
So it's like it's too far going and planted. It's like, yo, what the sense of putting our foot down the way it is? Like, what can we really do?
True. There's really nothing to do. I think it's too far gone. People been saying the N word with the A for years. Like what since like the 60s? I'm not talking about ER, I'm talking about A. When did
Yeah,
that come out?
yeah, like
Like the 60s,
I don't know.
70s,
I think probably even before this.
70s.
The
the 70s.
70s.
1800s. The 1800s. I mean, that's just like someone said before. That's just black vernacular. That's how black
Yeah,
people pronounce their words. They drop their R's.
exactly.
So it's not just the N word. It's killer. It's anything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Any word that ends in an R.
I get what you're
Like I said,
saying.
we turn it to negative to positive. We create different terms of slang. So I was just wondering them. Yeah, like exactly.
You know that black people are the trendsetters of everything. So
Mhm.
what y'all do, especially black men, what y'all do, everybody's gonna follow. So
Which is
Well,
why I
yeah.
suggest we turn it back on them, right?
yeah.
If you have a Asian person calling another Asian person the N word, what would they think if they saw me calling another black man the C word?
That's true.
Right?
I
Like,
didn't think anything of it.
I ain't gonna
I
think
bet you
anything.
they would.
They
I bet you
would,
they would
they
if
would, but they would
if
find it
they had to
weird.
hear if they had to hear in a public setting two black people using the C word and everybody looking around like, oh, what, you know what I mean? That's basically what happens when a black person is around other groups using the N word. Is like we're hearing our slur being used so flippantly, and then there's a awkwardness to it. What if we, since we're the trendsetters, right? Like if an Asian person thinks they can come up to me and say the N word, then let me normalize the C word being used, so that when they walk around in their daily lives, they hear white people using it, and Latinos and black people. If we're really the trendsetters, that's something that, as you know, as a means of not retaliation, but like sort of opening their eyes, black people could do.
Yeah.
I don't think it's gonna have an effect like that the way it is with the N word. Because, like I said, number one, most of us they got their country of origin also too, but they put their foot down. So it's like what the most blacks do. We denounce a lot of country of origin like that. So it's like we ain't really got nothing to go back to except for the U.S. Like,
But you can't really put your foot down unless you got power in numbers or power in economics. And so, we can, if in a social setting we were doing this, nobody's gonna put their foot down, bro.
Mm-hmm.
To a black, like maybe in the media they can put a foot down, but in like a social setting,
that's where it starts with the media also too. Like, who controls the media mostly now? The Jews. So when they think they be saying something anti-Semitic, whatever they think, assume what it is, which is not most of the time, they put their foot down and start the cancel culture situation going on. Look what they did to Kanye. Now, I don't feel he did say anything anti-Semitic, period. But you see how they assume it like crazy. So it's like we ain't got power in numbers. Like we ain't got money where it really counts to have the power in certain areas. And media is one of the best powers that we could have had.
Wait, real quick before we go on, Mel, because we have like a bunch of new people that came up here. I want to make sure these people are who they are. J Line, is that you? You came back up.
That's me.
All right, Hustler and Muscular, is that you?
And you know this woman.
And Irby Fatel, is that you?
Yeah, that's me.
Okay, let me take this down. Oops.
Shout out Irby.
What's up?
We have a couple of. Wait, I'm sorry, Irby, because we got people who didn't speak, but I promised GC he can be next. And after GC is Blue, and then Classy, and then you. Go ahead.
All right.
Go ahead, GC.
Okay, yeah, I wanted to hear more about what, but it looks like he's gone. I want to hear more about what Bronsberg was saying about Yakub, but so that's, I guess we can't really get into that. So I guess Blue can go.
Okay, go ahead, Blue. Are you there, Blue? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Okay, that's it. How about you, Classy?
Hey, what's up, my neglectfuls?
Hey, what's going on?
Everything chilling, trying to keep the N word underground. Don't want to say the real thing, so I'm gonna call y'all my neglectfuls.
Okay.
I've actually had this problem happen to me before, especially being from Oklahoma City. That's my place of origin.
Mm-hmm.
I just live in Los Angeles, but living out there, usually around that region, there's a lot of rural towns, and a lot of those towns are usually nothing but white folks, and they're all they know is each other, and all they see is each other. They don't see like a bunch of different cultures. If they see one black face, it's shocking to them. And so these little towns still exist. Well, a lot of times we seem to ignore these little towns because they don't do a lot of speaking unless you're in those towns. They look at you and be like, "What is this chocolatey little boy doing over here?" And I had an experience one time where this was in the city. This wasn't in the rural area. This was in Oklahoma City, in the city area. Mm-hmm. And then we was at a restaurant eating, and then there was a guy with his family. And I accidentally stepped on his foot by accident. Mm-hmm. And I told him, I apologize. I didn't mean to step on your foot. I didn't see you. And he told me, he said, "Well, next time you better watch yourself." Yeah, I'm not going to say the word, but that's what he said. Yeah, so I just looked at him.
Sorry, how long
Well,
ago
this
was this?
this was a long time ago. This was like, oh wow, about like 15 years ago.
Oh, okay, okay.
It's a while back. This was a while back. I still remember this story because about 2 weeks later, he showed up in the hospital as a patient. I remember the face.
Hmm.
So it became the funniest thing ever because when he saw my face and he saw that I had scrubs on, he was like, "Oh my God, they're actually taking care of us now." And then he just boo booed all over the gurney. Just
Are you serious?
mm-hmm. And they were like, "Sir, calm down." He was like, "No, I didn't know they work in hospitals." The problem is, I knew
Surprise.
but yeah, that's what I was thinking in my head was like, surprise, Nick. But never mind. Anyway,
Hmm.
I can tell he was a rural type of individual because the way he dressed, he smelled like a mongoose and he had a thick beard and he had on like outdoor uniform. So I thought maybe he was a outdoorsman or living in the rural area in the outdoorsman like Luther, Oklahoma, somewhere around the Tulsa area. So because he saw my face, he was like, "Oh my God, you work here? They take care of us now?" And the main doctor was like, "Calm down, sir." He was like, "Oh no." And then he just let
Mm,
loose.
that's
And
gross.
then after the surgery, it was funny because when he went to recovery, he was like, "You're not going to hurt me, are you?" And I just gave him the evil eye. I just kept giving evil eye. He's like, "You didn't cut me bad, did you?" I didn't say nothing. I just walked out.
That's wild.
Yeah, that was one of my stories, but I've had a few.
So you've been called the N word a million times, it sounds to me.
I
Plenty of
won't
times.
say, well, plenty of times. I've had it. They just all trip out when they see me because Oklahoma is not a massive city. It's not large.
Hmm.
It's very small. So the odds of me seeing you in the hospital is going to be pretty high because OU Medical Center, which is the main hospital of the state of Oklahoma, where all the traumas go through, I'm going to see you there.
Right.
You can't go to another hospital in any parts of Oklahoma. It's going to be that hospital. That's where I'm going to see you at. So every time they see me, I just love looking at their face because they like they seen a ghost. And I get a kick out of it when they boo boo all over the gurney, if they do that.
Well, that's crazy, classy.
It
It's
happens.
like they don't think that black men can be educated and doctors. They think you
Well,
got to be Pookie and Ray Ray.
because you have to understand these people have been indoctrinated. Even the poor white people have been indoctrinated by the upper class white people that no matter how smart you and I are, the fact that they are white, you still have a leg above them. That's just how they took it.
Right.
But that's just that whole Midwest. I'm sure it happens everywhere, but going to Midwest and South, that's how they really act for real. But go ahead, I digress.
That's crazy. Anybody got anything to say to classy about that?
I mean, it's just I've had stories, man. Like when I was younger, I could relate a little bit to the Malcolm X quote. They called me the N word so much I didn't know. I thought it was my name. They didn't call me the N word much, but I was, in predominantly white schools, and people would just say racist things all the time. Some of it, like I would even say about myself because I didn't realize how racist it was. And so, yeah, man, I don't know. I would I would advise any black person, do not send your kids to a predominantly white school.
Ha!
At least make sure it's diverse
Yeah.
Wow.
because
Well, the problem.
you're gonna I don't know if internalize is the word because I was never anti-black. I've always been pro-black, but at the
Well,
same time, it's like you don't recognize a lot of the racist stuff that's happening to you at a young age. Like, my younger siblings, they used to go to this school when they were really young in like kindergarten to this predominantly Mexican school. And they would come back home and they'd be calling me, this is when they were like 5 years old, right? And they're younger than me. So they come up to me and they call me black boy. And I'm like, what are you talking about, black boy? You're black. And they say, I'm not black, I'm brown. because that's what those kids would say to them.
Mr. Know-it-all.
Yo,
Let me say this. I see that there is a problem with putting your kids in a predominantly white school, but there is a bigger problem with putting your kids in most predominantly black schools.
well, that's why I was saying diverse. Make sure there's some diversity there. Doesn't have to be all
yeah,
black.
but it's still dominant. You know, like that's what dominant. Like there's always going to be a dominant group. It's never going to be like 50-50. So, but yeah, there is a severe in predominantly black schools. There's a severe nigga problem that has to be addressed. That you'd have to pick from the greater of two evils.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, man. We don't all come out unscathed, bro. Like a lot of people come out with severe identity issues. Black kids I went to school with.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. Like if you send your black kid to a black school, he could come out with an identity issue. He might take upon the identity of a nigga, because that's what unfortunately so many black kids are, and parents raise them to be.
No, I see what you're saying, man, but maybe people who've grown up in predominantly black spaces, they glamorize the other side of the tracks or whatever. But I'm just here to tell you, like, be cautious, man. In fact, just today, I mean, I was hoping that maybe, because I've been out of school for a long time. I was hoping that maybe today it's changed. But I mean, I was just watching a story today about some woman who had to pull her kid out of a predominantly white school because they were getting called the N-word and being racially bullied too much. It's like you don't want. I don't know, man. I guess you got to pick your poison. I mean, where I live.
I think that you want to take your kids to a school with the least amount of niggas as possible, nigga children as possible. However, you want to take them to maybe like a tolerant school, where they don't play that racism stuff.
It ain't gonna be tolerant though if it's too white, is what I'm trying to tell you.
It will be. I mean, if the few people that are there aren't niggas, then they learn to tolerate them as regulars. See, here's the thing. Ever notice how Africans don't complain about crap like that?
I am African.
Okay, so then that. Well, I don't know, Africans that are raised here, I should say. But Africans generally aren't looked at the same way as Black Americans when it comes to just overt racism.
I can tell you.
That's not true.
I can tell you firsthand.
That's not true. Not true.
Okay.
My parents are born and raised in Nigeria. I'm first generation.
No, that's not true.
I've seen them experience racism. They speak, and I've experienced.
So
maybe the only difference is.
So your parents were called the N-word?
Well, I mean, they've been undermined at work. They've been, like just the other day, my mom got in an accident with a Hispanic person, car accident. The cop showed up and he was Hispanic, and he essentially assisted this guy who was probably an illegal immigrant to hand off fake insurance, right? Like he knew the insurance was fake and he let him use it anyway, right? It's like my dad used to work in the oil industry. He had to leave. In fact, all the Nigerians, because a lot of Nigeria is an oil-rich country, a lot of them got into the oil profession, and damn near all of them left the industry because of racism. I think the difference is that Africans come.
You're talking about in Nigeria or
in America?
Here?
In America.
Well, what did they do to make them leave? I'm curious.
Like, don't give them raises when they give other people raises. Keep them at their starting salary for 3, 4, 5 years, that type of thing.
Yeah,
while their colleagues are all getting pay bumps.
No, when I say overt racism, I'm talking about just what Classy was describing with his situation like that. From the Africans I know, they don't really speak on that as much or even at all. And I think that okay, I'll put it like this. I think that there is a general distaste of the overall behavior of Black Americans that's causing a lot of the racism that we receive today. That doesn't really affect the same way that dark-skinned people. I mean, I think that what your father was going through was really just financial exploitation that he could get away with because of who he was or what he was. Not really racism just based on hate or, a belief in inferiority because of the behavior that your people demonstrate. I think that that's something different. I do think that if we want respect, we do have to behave in a more respectable manner.
I don't think that they really want to respect us.
No, they don't. Okay, that's yet to be seen. So, when you look at the advancements that we made as Black people, the Black people who made those advancements behaved in a more respectable way. For example, the civil rights movement. When you have brothers in suits and sisters in dresses, and they're all, good church going Christian people and they're not behaving in a niggerish manner. And then somebody hits them with the water hose or the German Shepherd. They're like, hey, wait a minute, these are decent people that you're treating in an indecent way. So society at large reacted to that treatment. However, when you have a bunch of niggas behaving like niggas, people don't really care when the cops shoot you. And that is, and I hate to say it, and I know it's not their fault, but that is the results. That's the cause and effect. I say that, if we want a certain level of respect, we have to behave in a less niggerish fashion.
But what I'm saying is that they're always going to associate negative traits with you because you're Black.
I don't think
For
so.
example,
No,
you might remember
it's not true at all. It's not true.
back in the day when the NBA instituted that dress code, right? And they wanted their players to stop dressing in certain attire. And I was like, wait a minute, you don't want them to dress in the attire that you sell. You're the ones who sell this attire, like basketball jerseys and things like that.
Yeah,
and people just there's nothing wrong with what they were doing. Or when people associate cornrows with negative Black traits, it's like some things it's like the N-word itself. The mere fact that it's associated with Black people makes it negative in a lot of people's eyes.
Well, I think that
compare that to the cornrows.
Well, right quick, I think that Black people's behavior makes everything negative. Personally, I think that a lot of the hate that we receive is the hate that we give. We are very obnoxious people collectively, and as a result, we do receive residual hate from that. Now, your belief that if we were to change our behavior, that the outlook on Black people overall is still going to remain the same, is the reason why niggas behave like niggas. They're like, okay, they're always gonna treat us this way because NBA jerseys, which I don't really give a shit about, but they're always gonna treat us this way. So let's continue to nig. Each and every single opportunity that we get to be obnoxious to someone or a group of people and get away with it, we're gonna take it. As long as we have that in our culture, people are going to have a pure disdain for us.
But the thing
I think
is,
that was a big generalization.
I was gonna say, it's like there is some truth to that.
It's not a general.
We know that they're not going to treat us as individuals, right? They're going to treat us as a collective, and every
individual is part of a collective, so of course they are. But the point is that if you collectively behave better, then people will treat that collective better, and the resulting individual will be treated better. Stop acting like idiots, is what I'm saying. And why am I getting pushback? Do you realize that you're fighting for a right for Black people to behave like niggas? Do you realize?
I'm fighting for the notion that we don't need to keep judging ourselves through their eyes because we'll never be judged favorably.
That's what an ethnic reputation is. You're always going to be judged through the eyes of others, and it doesn't really matter if you,
except for white people, because they judge themselves.
No, they're judged. They're judged through the eyes of us all the time, and they're judged.
They're judged through the eyes of themselves.
Literally. No. Listen.
If they go to court and it's a white judge.
Listen. You're talking about power. That's something different. Because we don't have the power to make any negative consequences to our judgment. However, everyone is judged. Okay, so let's not do that.
Well, if there's no consequences.
All groups of people are judged. That's why they behave accordingly.
He is right.
We can be judged, but if you can't be convicted, who cares how you've been judged? Right? Like,
Because your reputation means something. If you respect the culture that you're in, then your reputation for that culture, the reputation of that culture, should mean something.
but what
So
I'm trying to tell you is that white people's reputation is determined by white people themselves. They don't care if black people hate them if black people can't do anything to hurt them.
okay.
Right?
Well, then why did they give us the right to vote? Why did they honor the Emancipation of Proclamation long after Lincoln had died? Okay, they actually do give a crap if the world think that they're assholes. So let's not go there.
That
And
is
that's
true.
They didn't do it to appease us.
It's not a matter of who. So what? They cared about their reputation. That's
It's
my
not
point.
About the reputation to each
They
other.
care. I'm saying respect your reputation.
They
Don't
care
be an
about
idiot.
their reputation to each other.
It doesn't matter.
It does
I mean,
matter.
we don't care about our reputation at all, and then we bitch about it when people treat us. No, we bitch about it when people treat us like we have a bad reputation, but we don't bitch when we acting like assholes.
Real quick, let me hey Blue, are you there? Blue, are you there?
Yo.
What do you have to say about this whole conversation?
Well, I just walked off for a minute, and when I came back, I just heard GC blacking out.
All right, so pretty much there. Can you explain what you're talking about, JC?
I'm saying that black people need to stop behaving like niggas, and perhaps other societies won't treat us as such. However, even if they
how did that work in the 60s? You've already contradicted yourself.
Oh, how did that work in the 60s? We got civil rights, nigga.
And did they stop?
That's how it worked. That's how it worked, okay? No.
Gentlemen, calm down.
That was real stupid, man.
One at a time, please.
GC.
That was just dumb.
One at a time.
Hey, GC.
Stop it. Go ahead, Blue.
Why you acting like a nigga, GC?
Because it's the only language that niggas speak. That's why.
Sometimes it's the only thing people will understand and listen to. I swear.
GC, not GC, Blue, what's your take on what he just said in the top?
People need to stop acting like niggas. That's true. On the other thing about what other people saying, niggas, you said that people are allow them. What you said before earlier?
I was saying that all right. The topic is it possible to earn the right to say?
There you go. That word earn.
Right.
They don't earn it. They're comfortable. We allow people around us into the culture, then they get comfortable. And I think what we don't do, we don't correct them. We allow it. Fact. We allow people to say what they want to say because we're comfortable with them saying it. And I think what happens is some people would bother, and some people, I think nobody just had the energy to argue about it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So it's a form of comfortability. People say nigga because they're comfortable with it, and we're comfortable with it. Like GC right now, and it's a bad habit. It's like GC, he explained something to him, but he like, yeah, nigga, it's just a bad fucking habit.
Yeah, but you even have
understand this, Baloo.
I don't even use the N word.
Understand what I do when describing a behavior. And if somebody's behaving like a nigga, I don't care what country they come from or what skin they color is. You know, a nigga is a nigga. I don't call black folks niggas just for the sake of being black. It's a difference. It's a very distinct set of behaviors that includes laziness and deliberate ignorance. Okay.
So is it safe to say we shouldn't get mad when they say nigga then?
A nigga should be mad because it's not a good thing.
Y'all don't about the problem.
Yes, you should be mad. Yes, you should be mad. When I call somebody a nigga, anybody I'm calling that should be mad at me calling them that. Because I'm calling you something bad. It's a bad thing to be called.
Right.
And when I say black people need to stop acting like niggas, I'm talking about a very distinct behavior, pattern of behavior that they need to quit. And that's why the word.
Give us some examples. Give us some examples of the behaviors.
Okay, throwing your pancakes at the waitress at IHOP is some niggerish shit to do. I covered.
Even if a white person does it.
Yes.
So
Yes.
And
It's
yet
a
they,
nigga thing to do.
but the problem
Very
was
bizarre.
that word was never used for white. It was always used for black folks to
But they
begin
try
with.
to
So
say that it means
that's
ignorant. That's what they try to
yeah,
say.
It
yeah,
does mean ignorant.
And
but
yet
it was
Negro,
always
It does
regarded.
mean
Negro
But that
ignorant.
uses
word was always
synonymous.
used for black folk. It was never word for any. It was never used for anybody else.
Well, I use it for
You
others.
know what I'm
Okay.
saying?
I
Well, I
use it for
do.
others, and if I see
Look,
others,
I don't
and,
use the word, man.
yeah, yeah.
Don't
Well,
be
I
call me
do.
no. Don't call me a word, man.
Well,
I
I
can
do.
tell you that.
He
Well,
said,
well,
"Don't
I,
You
call me
okay.
a
call me
Well,
word."
an N word.
listen,
You know what I'm
listen.
saying?
Yeah, then we
I
have
would throw you
problems.
out the
Oh,
window, huh?
Then we have
gentlemen,
problems.
gentlemen,
Listen,
gentlemen.
You call me an N word.
when I say don't act like a nigga, if you're not acting like a nigga, then I'm not talking to you. And if you are, stop acting like one. That's my point.
Gentlemen, let Irby speak. He's been waiting.
That's just pure ignorance. Ignorance, man. Pure
Yeah, I
ignorance.
don't think rap plays a part because most of these groups that say the N word very frequently, they don't hang around, they never been around any black folks, so you don't think rap plays a part of it.
Rap
And it
plays a
started,
big part of it.
Rap and television, yeah.
okay, and it
Yeah,
started with
media as a whole. No,
Black
media as
media,
a
yeah.
whole.
music in
Black
particular,
media as a whole.
because because music travels, and most rap, it wasn't until NWA started using the N word in rap that's when it started becoming more
Yeah.
frequent.
And plus, what does NWA stand for? Yeah.
Neglectfuls with attitudes.
But
No.
they weren't the first ones to use it though. They weren't the first ones to use it.
They were the
They,
first ones to use it.
they were?
They
Is that
were.
what you said?
Ninjas with attitude. That's what it stands for.
Hey,
So you
GC, do
know.
you have any
They
friends
didn't
that
invent they
say
didn't invent
the
the
They're not
N
the
word
phenomenon.
first
around
ones
you,
to use
GC?
it, but they put it in their group name
Can
to
you hear
try
me?
to capitalize it.
To answer Melody's question, yes, I do, but I do correct them when they call me that. And also when non-black people, I have non-black friends who use it, and I just make it clear don't use it around me, particularly Mexican and
And and
Indians.
and are they respectful? Do they
Yeah,
stop using it?
yeah.
How about you, Mel? Anybody on the panel have friends that's not black that use the N word, and do you correct them?
Yeah,
That's the question
yeah.
for the panel.
No, I don't.
I
Because
have
that's enough.
friends.
Like, that's enough to almost make me not. That's enough to make me not want to be your friend.
Mm.
I've
I
had
have friends that
No,
that
I
use
so
them.
I'll tell a story right quick. So I have an Indian friend who was telling me the story about when he was in high school. He's first generation, so he wasn't born here, but he grew up here. He grew up in New York, and um and apparently, he had a lot of black friends, and then there was a group of dudes that was talking crap or something like that, um and he didn't know what Bloods were, so he didn't know that these guys were affiliated. So he was telling his friends, like, "Come on, we could take these niggas." So, and this is how he's telling me the story. I'm like, "Listen, I know, what you mean by it, and that you don't mean disrespect, but don't use that word around me." And he never did again. So that's how he took that. Yeah,
Mm.
Well, I guess I could amend my statement by saying maybe my friends already recognize "don't say it around me," which is why I never hear them do it.
yeah.
I guess I can't speak to what they do when I'm not around. Maybe they do. I don't know.
He probably
But maybe,
does, but I mean, I know, but I'm just saying, don't say it around me. That's it. And he did.
Well, I have a coworker. I have a Philippine coworkers that like black folks. They would never. They may have said it amongst each other, but they never said it around me. They'll see me. They'd be like, "Corey, what's up, man? Boogie, boogie, what's up, man?" But that's about it. That's as far as it went. They'd be like, "You Jive Turkey." They've been looking at a lot of exploitation movies. I'm like, okay, that's fine. Jive Turkey is okay.
but look,
I would feel uncomfortable if somebody was talking to me like that because I'm black, like trying to use slang and you know,
yeah,
even though they don't really talk like that,
boy,
but when they get around you because you're black, they start talking like that. Like that, I don't like
yeah,
that. I
that used to happen a lot back in the '90s. People come up to you and be like, "What's up, boy?"
I
don't.
remember that. Yeah, that Flavor
Like,
Flav used to say,
He said, "Boy."
"Boing." It'd be dragged out. But I remember, I will say this. There was a time there were two white people that were getting into an argument at a bank. Now, this did throw me off. I've never heard this before from a white person arguing with another white person. I was at a bank. Of course, I had a suit on and a tie. And there was another white guy. He was basically your quote unquote, I would say lower class. He wasn't dressed nice. He had bumped, I guess, into one of the bankers there, and they got into an argument. He said, "You better move out of my way." He said, "Sir, I will have you arrested." And they just got into this huge argument. I was just sitting down listening to it. He said, "Look at this gentleman right there." And he pointed at me, and I was thinking, like, I have nothing to do with this. He said, "He's well dressed. He sits upright." He said, "Look at your old ass." He said, "Look," he said, "You are a waste of white." And when he said that, I was like, I never heard that before. A
Yeah.
waste of
A
white.
waste of whites.
Yeah, that's what he told the lower class hippie looking dude. He said, "You are a waste of white." And I even took it offensive. I was like, "Oh my God, that's shocking. Another white man calling a white man something bad." So after they got through arguing, I went up to him. I had to ask him, I said, "Sir, I've heard so many different names being called at different ethnicities." I said, "I have never heard another white man tell another white man that he is a waste of white." I said, "What do you mean by that?" I said, "I'm just curious." He said, "It's a shame that he is my race and he has all the opportunities, but you've earned your position." And I was just like, "Okay,
Oh, I would
thank
have
you
been
very much."
offended.
No,
Well,
it's a very true statement. It's not an offense to Classy. It's an offense to the person. He's basically saying that whites have more opportunities than blacks,
uh-huh.
and the fact that he hasn't used any of those opportunities means that he wasted all the opportunities that his ancestors, quite frankly, earned.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, it's an insult to him more than it is to Classy. In fact, it's not an insult to Classy at all, in my opinion.
Well,
It
let me say
was
Yeah,
this
man,
real
I remember hearing
quick.
Zahra
But
Ali in
ain't
the
that
interview
treating
saying that
white people on a superior level?
I was
Wait, what
hearing
you say,
Zahra
Irby?
Ali.
And that's like putting white the way Game Changer just
I
said.
was
It's like putting white people
his
superior.
video or him?
Superior opportunities. White peoples do have superior opportunities, and it's not saying that they're genetically superior. It's just pointing out that that's society at large. Now, the fact that you are incapable of taking advantage of those superior opportunities means that you individually might be genetically inferior. That was the insult that he was giving that other person.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I remember hearing Zahra Ali saying this in an interview how she doesn't give
He was trying
white
to say he benefit from privilege.
Can someone hear me?
I
White
hear you now,
privilege.
Mel, but your Mel is
your volume is low,
It's
Mel.
low volume.
fix your volume. We're gonna go with Irby,
No, I'm
and
not
then you
talking
can
about
go
my house.
next,
I have to
Mel,
work
because
on
you're
my Firefox. That's why.
yeah. Do what you gotta do to fix your volume. We'll come back to you, but Irby, go ahead. Say what you have to say,
I
Irby.
was saying Game Changer was saying he was telling that white person he benefit from privilege, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, societal
Mm.
privilege, absolutely.
Mm.
White people do have certain societal privileges that they benefit from, and to be so eclipsed by a group of people who don't is really saying that you are neglectful. You're perhaps lazy. You might even be just downright stupid. But I think that's what Classy. I think that in Classy's situation, that was the insult he
That's
was
me.
giving
I'm back.
the other person.
Okay, that's you.
Yeah, that the
Okay,
guy
so Irby
squandered
said
his
he
privilege.
wanted to speak. I want
Right.
to hear him speak, and then everyone else can go. But
Well,
I
I
want.
already made my statement now.
Yeah,
Oh, because you said you wanted to speak in the back
I
chat.
was.
So
Yeah, I
Yeah,
was.
that was earlier.
okay,
I
all
was
right, go
saying
ahead, Mel.
earlier. I was
I
hearing
mean, he
Zahra
also
Ali
said he
saying
had a
the
question
same.
for us, Melody, but go ahead, Mel.
Yeah, I remember. I was hearing Zahra Ali saying the same thing about why she doesn't give white people that panhandles or money when she's out and everything. I remember she said about this white woman that came up to her. She didn't give her no money, and she said herself also too. Use your white privilege. You have all the opportunity in the world. You use your white privilege. Yeah, GC made a point. Yeah, with the story of class.
Yeah, that's facts. But hey, Blue.
Oh, Mel, that's why I wanted to ask you and Swag. Don't you think music plays a part in of the N word being used by other groups who've never
Oh
been
yeah,
around?
we have said that already. Like we
Yeah.
definitely think it's hip hop. And I've even heard a Jewish and Hispanic person say that black people don't own the N word. Hip hop do. I didn't know how I felt about that. Like, how do you take?
That's another intimate motherfucker saying them dumb shit like that.
Yeah, so they be like, we can say what we want to say because black people don't own the N word. Hip hop do. I'm like, what the heck?
That's more like that's more like that's more
Actually,
like them like got power over them like that, so they feel like they can do what they want. That's why they get away with saying stuff like that.
Yeah.
Especially the music industry when most majority of people that owns it are Jewish, so they feel like they can get away with certain things, saying ignorant stuff like that.
Yeah, that's so true. But I just
actually, I think hip hop just simply took the word and transitioned it or changed it up a little bit. Like H letter said at the A at the very end. And it comes out as well. That's all they did with it, and they used it consecutively in all their hip hop songs. So they don't own it, but they use it a lot. They reinvented it, for lack of a better term.
I say they promoted it. Hip hop's nothing but a giant, nothing but commercials also, promotion also. So they're using the way that's been promoted so hard.
What I'm
But
about.
Kendrick Lamar had checked a white person at his concert one time, and she said the N word, came up on stage with him and said the N word, and a lot of people was criticizing, saying he shouldn't have done that.
Well, he wrote the song. Once again, you're right, Irby. I know which song you're talking about. He wrote the song, just like Ja Rule wrote the song for Jennifer Lopez. I mean, that starts with us first. You got to stop writing. If you're gonna write for people that don't look like you, I mean, even if it is you, stop writing the word into the song.
And you can't blame J Lo for saying it because, no, scratch that. Yeah, you could blame her saying it because she chose to say it, despite we keep writing it for her. She still chose to say it. So they
Well,
just
I mean, my thing with that though,
And
man, is
another
that the
thing,
fact of the matter is I mean, he knew it was gonna get some pushback. You wrote it because you came back to her defense.
all right, real quick. I wanted to ask Blue a question. You there, Blue?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, I have a few questions for you. So, since we're on this topic, why don't you talk about your friend John? That's a good story time.
White John.
White John, yeah.
He I think he was on the show before. He a guy I met when I bought my house. So he used to be around and help me out. You know what I mean? Doing white nigga shit. And he always said nigga, 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 fucking goddamn. Like he used to just be going bananas. He got punched in the face a couple times too. But that still didn't stop him. He still would say, nigga, you motherfucking. He would say niggas and flies, niggas and flies. The more I like
No,
flies, how I
no,
go?
he said the more niggas and flies, niggas and fly. The more I see niggas, the more I like flies or something. He
Something
said,
like that.
yeah, he used to say a
Some,
lot
some
of like racist things.
one time I had a party. he was, he was sitting back in the back in the couple of my guys, they were sitting in the back, you know what I'm saying? Excuse me. So he's sitting there, and all I know, he said, Blue, somebody punched me in the face and ran.
No, I saw it. Your boy Dread punched him in the
I
face.
said, who punched you? He said, I don't know, they ran.
He got punched in the face for saying the N word, pretty much.
And yo,
At a black
and the
cookout.
person who punched him was still back there, but he kept saying, they ran very fast. Hey,
Yeah.
yo, that shit was so funny because I'm trying to figure out who did it because he said they ran and left. But I'm like, and then my boy,
Didn't you punch him in the face too that day for saying?
it was a couple of times. Yeah, I done lost my temper with that one. One
And
time I
then
threw that nigga on the ground, like motherfucker. Like he'll get your nerves. He got my nerves riled up a couple of times.
one time, this is a guy we both know. So one time he put the Confederate flag, he flew a high in front of his house and called Blue,
Uh-oh.
and he told me and Blue to look at it. Like, look what I put up. It's a Confederate flag, and then it said Trump 2020. Like, this is when people didn't really like Trump, and he put Trump below it,
And
and
then he get high. He be fucking black women. You know what I'm saying? So you were like, he say nigga, nigga, nigga all this time, but
Keep it to a
he just,
minimum, Blue. The language. Try to keep it to a
yeah. He black though.
Yeah, but
He
he's
look
one of the most
he look like a
racist
nigga.
people that I've ever like seen. But Blue, he hung with Blue. Like he came around.
He didn't hang with me. I
Yeah,
didn't
but
bring him to the club with me.
no, I'm not saying that, but he came around you.
Yeah, he did. He did the work and stuff like that, electric work and stuff, different stuff.
Oh yeah, and what were we talking about earlier? He effed black women. Black women was his preference too.
Yep.
That's what he liked. He effed black women, but he loved calling people N words.
It's actually normal.
Yeah.
You don't think that's a fetish?
Oh, it is a fetish. It's definitely.
He probably called them N words when they're intimate. You never know.
But nah, he used to say it. He used to say that too much though. He used to say it too much. Like he just like, what the heck is wrong with you?
Right. I never seen anybody as bad as John, but you also have a few people that hang around you, Blue, that use the N word very loosely. Um One of them are always hanging around the store. You know who I'm talking about.
Nah, who?
He was on the show.
You talking about Phil?
Hmm.
Again, people comfortable with it. I mean, I don't waste my energy. I don't really care.
And then Carlos say it too a lot.
Yeah, I don't really care.
So it
I don't
doesn't
know. Do
bother
y'all
you.
care? No, nah, that shit don't bother
It
me.
don't bother you. So all right, this is the question to the whole chat.
Honestly, it don't bother me. I don't argue with them with about it. So for me to say, "Oh, it bothered me," like, well, why you ain't say nothing?
All
You
right,
know what I'm saying?
I want to start with Swag. Does it bother you when people say it?
Well, as far as saying the N word, yo.
Mm-hmm.
I
If it
mean,
bothers you, what you gonna do about it?
shit.
Now, that's why I read this book. Now, see, if something bother you, but as a black man, we turn the cheek. We turn. That's why I say it don't bother me, because if it did bother me, then I need to do something about it. And what can you do about it if it bothers you that much?
Honestly, I don't even think about that shit for real.
You
Like,
just said it bothered you though. You do think you
I
said,
never
well,
said it bothered.
you ain't say you think about it. You said it bothered you. So if
I
it
never
bothered
said
you,
it
that means
bothered.
you think about it.
I never said it bothered me. I never even spoke on this topic.
Well, I'm putting it all on you.
Well, I'm not taking it. Somebody else got to take that one.
So
I'm gonna say I'll say it just
I
alone.
wanted
Can I
to
ask
go.
y'all a question?
Hold on, I really want
I
to
wanted
know
to say
this,
this
and I
real
want to go
quick.
in order before we go to any other questions. I really want to know. So, Swag, you said it doesn't bother you.
No, it don't bother me. Like, on some real stuff. Like, if somebody just happened to say it, don't get me wrong, I might look at them, but it's just like I'm not about to jump in their face and be like, man, what you say? What you say? But I mean, it's just like that look like, dude, did you really just say that? But I'm not gonna like try to hem him up and try to dump him on his head and be like, bruh, what the did you just say?
I think to keep it simple, I think I think it bother a person depending on the situation. I think that's what. So somebody just like, yeah, they talking, yeah, my nigga. It don't bother, you know what I'm saying? But if it's being used kind of to directly at you or trying to belittle you, you know what I mean? That's when it bothers you. Otherwise, people saying it, you hear it all in the rap songs. You know what I'm saying? It's like I guess we're numb to it now. We don't heard it so much in the music. You know what I mean? It's just like, all right, okay.
What about you, Game Changer? Does it bother you?
Yes.
It does. Like when somebody be like, "What's up, my N? What's going on?" That bothers
Yes. Yes, it does.
Then you need to do something about it, Game Changer.
I do something about it. You see, and if I don't, then I will recognize that the reason that I'm not doing it is because of my cowardice. So, but I will recognize it. At least I would have the courage to do that. You see,
No,
the go for it.
Come on, Blue.
no. Go ahead.
Finish.
No, you see, I mean, to accept something and change your view of something based on your cowardness is one thing. You know, understanding that is a completely different thing. Yes, if I found myself in a situation where the circumstances was overwhelming and I couldn't do anything but endure the insults, then I would understand that I am enduring it because I'm afraid of the consequences of my retaliation. I'd understand that. Nevertheless, I would understand that the word is offensive, and I won't normalize it because I'm afraid to retaliate against it.
Oh, okay. Now let me ask you, are you finished?
Yeah, I'm finished.
All right. Now, um, I know you I don't know what type of people you be around. You know what I'm saying? So it might be a balance.
I don't understand
All right.
what.
Like, all right, if you around, do you be around different races of people?
Yes.
Okay. So see, for me, it's different because I don't know if you're in the hood or around those type of nigga like we say whatever, but I'm in the hood, so I'm used to it all my life.
Mhm.
This, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm used to hearing things, or I even used to seeing Spanish people saying it because I live around them. You know what I mean? I'm with them every day. So my question to you is, like, with the type of people that you be around, if you heard them say that, I could understand why you probably would. I definitely can understand why you could take it offensive, because there's a place and a time for everything, and this definitely ain't the place or the time.
Oh, okay.
But
So go for it.
because you never been in New York, right?
No,
So you know, where you live at, is it like real a populated area, or
I
did
live in
you
a bigger
raise up
city.
in a populated area?
I was raised in Oakland.
Oakland.
The hood,
Uh,
right?
Yeah, I was
Definitely,
raised in the
yeah,
hood. Yeah,
you
definitely.
was raised. All right, what type of hood is it though? Because in
I
all
don't know how to
across America,
classify it.
Me neither.
Like what's the classifications?
I'm saying, like, how is it designed? Like, and like you see in New York, everybody live on top of each other.
We don't
You know
live
what I'm
on top of
saying? You
each
got, okay. See, that's what I'm saying. We live on top of each other. People freaking 10th floor, 5th floor. So we come from a different structure. Same black everything. We come from a different
Well,
structure.
I mean, I don't see
No,
how the
look,
architecture.
but
Well, right quick, Mel. I don't see how the architecture affects like if you want to be called a nigger or not. Like, I
Yeah.
mean, do you just say I live on the
I'm about to
15th
break it
floor,
down to you.
therefore I'm a
no,
Go ahead.
nigga?
but Blue, just because that even though people grew up in the hood, doesn't mean they hood also too. Depends on different backgrounds. GC, I don't know if you have raised by both of your parents in the household or single parent.
My dad had custody of me. My parents were
Okay,
divorced.
yeah, see, yeah, and then depending on what's you know how his father raised him and everything, so it's like some people don't raise each other the same way, despite we might grow up in the same tracks. So
Yes, and that's
so it's
my
like
point. What I'm saying, like, speaking it, you hear GC, you could tell he was well raised. You know what I'm saying? Well raised, well educated. You can just tell by he speak. He come from the hood, but he didn't experience certain things, which no
Because
one
I knew
should
I wasn't a
want.
nigga.
yeah,
Yeah,
he didn't engage in
that's not
he didn't
quite
engage in
true,
certain
Blue.
activities. He experienced about
Well, I mean,
watching, but he
the thing
didn't
is,
engage
Blue,
in it.
is I knew I wasn't a nigga, so I just chose not to behave one, no matter what my circumstances were.
Right.
I mean, I didn't become a product of my environment. I worked to make
Yeah,
my environment a product of me.
Yeah,
That's
correct.
yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, which is why I'm not a nigga. Which is why I would take offense to anyone calling me that of any race.
Have you ever been to the east side of Oakland?
I was raised there. Yeah. Oh,
No,
you asking
not
Blue?
you, Game Changer. I mean Blue.
Oh, yeah.
Nah, I've been to where was
San
I at
Fran
there?
and Vallejo.
Nah, but
Yeah, it's
oh,
different.
Vallejo. Yeah, that's the closest I've been. I was in Vallejo.
Yeah, that's different. That's totally
Yeah,
different.
I was out there. But my it go back to like what you said. Like, I guess so. So my thing, what I'm trying to say is, you not a nigga, right?
No, I'm not. I most certainly am
Guess
not. Yeah.
what? I'm fucked up because I'm a nigga.
I
Why would you say that? Why would you call yourself an N?
Because I do nigga shit.
yeah,
Well,
exactly.
Like what?
I
Like what?
appreciate your
Own prop?
honesty.
Wait. What
No.
you
Yo, hold
do?
on.
Own
Wait,
properties,
been
own
wait,
businesses?
we been look,
That's
we been real.
not
We showing you what like with I do nigga shit.
Okay, well there
Yeah,
you
but
go.
blue, don't do that because you own businesses and everything. Ends don't own.
That don't mean nothing. I
Ends
still do
don't do.
nigga shit.
Ends don't do what you do.
Listen,
You know?
listen,
No,
Don't
no,
get
listen.
yes
Be
they
more
do. Yes,
specific.
You
no,
could a
no.
nigga could
Define
still
nigga
a
Melody,
shit.
nigga could still
Melody,
listen.
if he says he's a nigga, he's a nigga. If he
My
chooses to
nigga,
do nigga stuff, if he
Why
I
chooses
would
to
do
you
do
say
nigga
nigga
shit.
stuff and behave
Or
as
just
a
say
that's
my
ignorant?
G.
if he
That's
chooses
very
to
ignorant
behave
to
in an
say.
ignorant, so yeah, that's him. If he chooses to behave in a chronically and perpetually ignorant way, you know, that him embarrasses himself and others, then he
But
earned
he
that
don't.
title.
I don't, but
He
hold
earned that
on,
title.
look.
That's why
I
I'm
don't so
confused.
decline. I'm the
I'm
president. Let me
confused.
stop.
But
I'm
he
confused
don't.
on no. Let me say this. I'm confused on why you would give yourself that title because I knew you for years and that's totally not true.
Listen,
So, like, what are you
let
saying
let
for
me
the
ask y'all
show?
something.
I'm
How
confused.
You
y'all,
never know
how
with
can
some
you say
people.
I would give my look? How people would say they would give themselves a title, but listen to the music we listen to. Look
Oh,
how
so you
all
saying
the
you're
oh
an
wait, let
idiot
me
because of
say
the
hold
music?
on. Look how all the females out here listening to say round town, booty hole, brown. Motherfuckers is doing nigga shit.
Okay, well,
That's
hey,
nigga
I don't
more
shit.
listen to
That's
that
more
nigga.
trash,
nigga,
that's
Listen,
for sure.
hold on.
more nigga
Listen.
them,
We
more nigga
eat
them.
nigga
I am
food.
not a nigga.
We eat
Hey,
nigga food. We listen to nigga music.
exactly.
We
But
More
let
drink
me
nigga shit.
more
interject.
nigga them. More nigga
What
them.
Let me
So
More niggas
what
damn.
kind of
keep
what kind of
keep
nigga drink?
keeping out that garbage.
Damn, be
Hey
more
yeah.
specific.
I wouldn't say
Soul
that
food,
you're
like
in.
Say
I
more
wouldn't
niggas
say that
damn.
well let
y'all
me interject.
crazy on
Let
this.
me interject.
Yo,
Is
more
sipping
niggas
on
damn.
cognac a nigga drink?
Let me interject
Oh
for
my
a
I'm
second.
about
god.
to make a shirt say more nigga them.
Oh my
Let me
god.
interject for a
Is
second.
cognac a
More
nigga
niggas
drink?
down.
I'm just saying.
Let
I'm just asking.
let the doctor speak.
Y'all
Well, let
crazy.
me interject. I've been to New York before. Now, the hood is the hood. Now, the hood of New York is a lot different from when you go to like the Fifth Ward of Houston, Texas, or if you go to Duval County in Jacksonville, or you go to Carroll City or Liberty City in Miami or Los Angeles here in like Slauson
yeah, East
or
Hood is
East.
different.
It's all
And,
it's different. It's done in different ways, but it's still the hood at the end of the day.
and GC, you have identity crisis because you full of shit. You sit up
Oh
here and
no.
now I'm going in. You full of shit because
Oh
you
Go
sit
for it.
god.
up here and you say you're not a nigga, but you sit up here and do nigga shit. You just was
What kind of
arguing with
nigga?
him.
Wait,
First he
wait,
was
wait,
talking.
wait, wait, wait.
Hold on. Look. I was in here. I was listening,
What?
right? And
Okay.
GC was talk. Wait, GC was talking very educational, all normal and everything. I'm like, I'm rooting for the brother. I hear what he's saying. I walked out my door, came back here. I hear him there yelling.
Mm-hmm.
You
All right. So
I'm like,
so
yo, bro, I was
That's
well,
just a
man,
part
your
of his
taste.
personality.
so now understand this, Blue. Understand
Oh
this,
That's a
my
Blue.
part of his personality.
So
I do
my
it too.
point is what I'm
Giving no
saying.
cop
We
out
all
racism.
we all got a little nigga in us, GC, and it's in you too.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
okay. It's
Yeah.
in
No.
you, my nigga.
Yeah. Okay.
god.
All right.
It's in
All
me,
I'm
So
my
saying
nigga.
is
all
It's
you
right.
in
my
me, my
brother
nigga.
1 minute, next minute you my nigga. That's all.
Jesus Christ.
Nah. Never anybody's nigga. And here's the thing.
I feel
People
like watching the
every
Boondocks right now.
For real, right?
Yep.
Oh man, this is entertaining. Okay. Is that you, Jay Lion? Is that you, Jay Lion? Is it you,
Can you see him?
Jay Lion?
Boot him off.
I'm about to boot you off. You might be a penis person. That might be a penis person. Going once, going twice,
Peace out.
gone. All right.
So go watch the episode that
all
the
right.
X on the
So
Boondocks.
all right.
Honestly,
Put it like this. Put it like this. I mean, to be frustrated is to be human. You know, however, there is a very
Hey,
particular
Gigi. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Jason.
yeah, no worries. To be frustrated is human. However, there are a very unique set of behaviors that is solely niggas. One is, the overwhelming desire for attention, negative attention from other people and other groups of people. Another is to embrace ignorance and to seek such conflict that I was just in, but to no point of its own other than for the sake of the conflict itself. And the second one is to believe that there is a social hierarchy that put other dumbass niggas on top of it. So that swag, you have some type of feedback. So
I'm muted, so I don't have a feedback.
Oh, am I looking at the wrong? Yeah, I'm looking at the wrong screen. Okay, somebody has it. Let me see. Okay, never mind.
Everybody mute out while GC is talking.
Okay, so as I was saying, it's a very unique set of things that makes a person a nigga that you described yourself. You embrace the title of niggas because you embrace the negative traits that all humans have, which is perfectly fine for you. I'm simply not a nigga.
I don't think any of you are ends. Let's say
No,
that.
no. I think Blue's one. Most certainly, if someone says that, most certainly if someone says that they're a nigga, then they're a nigga. That's a key giveaway. Like geniuses don't say I'm retarded unless they're retarded. So yes,
GC, listen. I said that to be funny. You know why? Because the thing is this: you're educated, right?
Yes,
I'm
I am.
pretty sure when you go around other people, you don't act the way you act on here. You comfortable around your people, so you let loose. That's why you want to hide your image, because you have something to listen. Because you have something to hide, you have something to protect. But then you come on here and you act a certain way. You don't want people to see how you acting like a nigga amongst other niggas. So you want to act like you ain't a nigga.
So around friends, I behave the same way generally.
Okay, friends and wanting to protect the image because of whatever reason. Whatever your reason is your reason. You know what I'm saying? What you have the right for that. You know what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is you still a nigga. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying you could look in the mirror, you could go around. Listen, you could go around whoever you want to go around and not be. You still gonna be looked at. Listen. You still going. I'm not trying to make a debate. I'm just trying to show you reality. You still gonna be. You still gonna have nigga ways that you don't think you have.
Well, once again, everybody has negative character traits. A nigga is the one that embraces them and normalizes them, and they're also the ones that try to incorporate others into them. You see, you're part of something shitty, and I'm talking about all of niggerdom. You know that you're part of something shitty when you have to recruit, as opposed to people seeking it out. Now, imagine a fraternity, right? Who instead of for pledging people, they just walk around and say, hey, you like to drink, you're part of this fraternity, but you're not. I didn't join that shit. I didn't pledge it because I don't want to be a part of that.
You don't have to pledge it.
I know, that's why it's shitty. That's why it's shitty. No, listen, Blue, that's why it's
still gonna come out of you.
That is why it's shitty. And yes, I know. What are you talking about? That's like somebody walking up to people.
Of course, I ain't no more. Hey, you. Of course, I ain't no nigga. I was raised right. Of course, I ain't no nigga. I was raised right.
Listen, you
just said that to be funny.
No, you do, niggas. No. Here's the thing. Niggas like to do shit like punch you in the face, and then when you hit them back and say, "Yeah, you see, you a nigga too." Like, no, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't. Stop provoking people, getting a rise out of them, and saying, "See, you're just like us." Ain't nobody like a nigga but niggas. Understand that to be true. Nobody is like niggas but niggas. It's the most repulsive thing in the world to be. That's still human.
All right, is that you, Jay Lion? Jay Lion? Jay Lion, I think there's something wrong with your audio.
Yes.
Oh, okay, that's you. Who else just came up? Wait, someone else just came up.
It was Irby, but he dropped off.
Okay. H&M, you've been quiet. What do you have to say about this effery right now?
All I can say is we all have our nigga moments. I've had mine. We've all had them. That doesn't make you a nigga per se, but we all have the moments. Again, I've had mine. So hey,
So you say everybody has an end moment.
yep,
Everybody.
Yeah,
I'd
but
be
if you
capping if I
live it,
said I
And that's
didn't.
why, and that's why everybody want to be like us.
nobody want to be like
Not
you.
because hold on,
Who
hold on.
doesn't want to be like us?
Not because, not because the nigga, but because our swag. But that they try to
Nobody
cover it
want
up.
that
Wait,
shit
look, listen,
either.
listen. No, no, no. Listen, listen. We so good.
Explain.
Listen, we so good in the world. That's why they try to put that word on us. Cause we that good. So they gotta
Ain't
put
nothing
something
good about
on
it.
us. No, I
Nothing is
said
Ain't
good
no,
about
no,
nothing
it.
no,
good
no,
about
no.
having a nigga moment,
I
man.
said we are that
What are you talking
good.
about? We? I ain't no nigga. What are you talking about? We?
I didn't
Nobody
see
wants to be a
this.
nigga
This
except
went
niggas.
past you. This went past you. We not
No.
niggas. You listen. We not niggas. But what I'm
What are
trying
you
to say
talking
is
about?
this: the sad part is everything we said we do, no matter what shape or fashion, they gonna classify us a nigga because just because.
Because of your
But we not
behavior.
niggas, huh?
But wait,
Because of your behavior.
No, we not. We not. You know why we
You
not?
just said you was.
Don't
Nigga.
believe everything.
You
Don't believe
just said you
everything you hear.
was.
Don't believe everything you hear.
I
but
believe
wait,
when a nigga say he a nigga that he's a nigga.
Don't believe that.
Hey
but
Irby, is
wait, but
that
wait,
you? Hey Irby, is that you?
Yeah, it's me. It's me.
All right.
But wait,
I want to make a
but
statement.
wait,
Because I might say I'm a nigga, but I'm gonna do the whitest shit, my nigga. Look, my bad, I
but wait,
said
Hey,
hold
nigga
it.
again.
white people can be niggas
But
I'm gonna
hold it,
do
too.
hold
it.
it,
I'm
but
a
hold.
motherfucker might look at me, think I'm a nigga.
White people can be niggas too. Listen, if you
Mhm.
behave
But
as
hold it,
such, then you a
y'all. But
nigga.
hold it, y'all. But hold it. I want to say
no,
this.
they can't.
But
Yes, they can.
did y'all know that if a nigga moment plus a nigga synthesis equals a natural disaster?
What are you
Nah, he's quoting the Buddha.
Oh my
Hey,
god.
yo, hold up, yo. I want y'all to like, share, subscribe, running numbers up. We blowing it up tonight on the effery tonight about the N word.
Yeah. And anybody who is over on my other channel, Melody Amber, please come over to this Sweet Melody Media channel because I'm gonna take it down. Because there's no way I can leave this on my new channel. So anybody watching over,
No.
come over to this channel. Let me see how many viewers. I have 4 viewers over there right now, Melody Amber. Come over here and join this stream. Any mods that is over there at the Sweet Melody Media channel, drop the Melody. No, I'm sorry. Any mods that's over at the Melody Amber channel, please drop the Sweet Melody Media link so they can come over here. I'm shutting it down like right now. All right, go ahead, guys.
And another thing about niggas being niggas, they think it's a good thing, and then when somebody like Melody says the world don't respect us, and that's because they want to behave and be seen as a nigga. They walking around thinking it's a good thing, while other groups of people are encouraging them and laughing at them and not giving them proper respect. Yes, it's a good thing. It's funny to watch adults behave like children. But as far as respect goes, yeah, that's something different.
Let me ask this question.
Yeah.
What if you have a nigga moment in the name of defending yourself? Someone come at you incorrectly, you put
It's
it
not it's not a nigga thing to defend yourself.
does that count?
No, it's not a nigga thing
People
to
look at it
defend
like
yourself.
that.
Well, it's not a nigga thing to defend yourself, H&M. Kind of like, the Romans had, and the Greeks and the Romans, they had a military and they were very, violent and warful people. However, they called barbarians barbarians. And that is because there's a civil manner in which you do things. And, to behave as such and within such is what made them civilized, as opposed to, what they called outsiders or barbarians. Niggas are the modern barbarians. But no, civilized people do fight, and then they do have conflict, and they do solve those conflicts the same as uncivilized people.
Yeah, I get it.
All right.
And by the way, somebody
I
said that, and
go
somebody
ahead.
said hip hop owns the N word. Well, I'm pretty sure y'all noticed this, but even these R&B singers be using the N word. I know Cisco used it. I think Usher used it in a couple of his songs. R. Kelly used it. So I don't think hip hop owns the rights to the word. I think it belongs to whoever's in the music industry don't want to use it. Say what
Because
now?
R&B music, R&B music has gotten hip hop adjacent.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense, but they're like separate genre. You got the hip hop over here, the R&B over there, so it's like a separate genre in of itself when you think about it.
I don't know, but I just feel as though we need to like dead that N word, you know,
But to be honest,
correct
female,
other people and correct other people when they say it. That's all. That's all it takes.
That's gonna be the trap right there. But when you try to correct somebody and they being ignorant, now you acting ignorant. Now they're gonna be like, you know what I mean? That's the tricknology to everything.
Yeah.
They're gonna always try to make it seem like you that. So the biggest challenge, and that's what GC saying. I'm not a nigga. I don't identify from that. See, once you know that you're not that, then you know how to have control if you put in these situations.
Right.
Because it's easy to get in trouble. It's real easy to get in trouble. It's easy to say the wrong thing. It's easy to do the wrong thing.
Facts. Big facts. Irby, you have anything to say on this?
oh yeah, I was gonna say I do look at other groups that say the N word still a little funny style. Mostly white people, to be honest with you.
Why mostly white people? Why not anybody who's not black?
Uh nah. Oh, Asian people too.
Because they're the ones who've been the most racist to us.
That's true. You got a point. And I know
I
a
wanted to
lot.
ask y'all, how do you feel about the word wigger?
I was just about to say that. I was about to say I know a lot of them who call themselves wiggers. I was
Now,
just
what
about
is
to
that?
say
Now,
Is that
see,
that's a foreign
now
version
see,
of our word?
the
yeah,
white
like
version
why?
of
It's
this.
a white nigga. That's what it is. Yeah, I said it.
But see, why do they do that? Why do everybody
They feed over us.
want to be so close to us that they stop identifying who they are?
What the Paul Mooney
Like
said.
that's crazy. Like I
What
mean
the Paul
I've
Mooney
never,
said. Everybody want
huh?
to be a nigga, but what the Paul Mooney said. Everybody want to be a nigga, but nobody want to be a nigga. A nigga.
Yeah, like that's crazy. Everybody want to identify, and you know why? Because the bottom. Everybody,
It's so
people could
cool until they
people
find
could be born here, got this going on, but guess what? They just want to attach themselves with boom.
it's so
Because
cool.
this,
See the other parts of it, and now they don't
you
want
know
to.
why? Because at the bottom, you can survive without a lot of things. You can manage. You know what I'm saying? You can be who you are and just manage it. And you get up to the top, it's just so much. I don't know what it is. I ain't never been there, so I don't know what it is.
Hey, who's the most popular wigger out right now?
Uh,
What rapper?
what's
I
that
would
guy?
have to say you don't want no hit with no whips and chains. I would say he
Yeah,
is to me
I was gonna say his name too.
the most
You can
popular.
put your loving
Jack
on me.
That's
Harlow.
a, oh, wait, hold. That's a
No,
white dude
I
Jack
that
don't
sing.
like
Harlow.
him.
That's a white dude
Jack
that sing that song.
Jack Harlow.
Yeah,
Jack
yo.
Harlow. Yeah.
I don't know a lot. I do not know a lot of these new age
Yo, I just told my boy that, right? I just dropped my man off, Bob, and that song came on. He like, oh, yo, I like this song. I said, yo, white motherfucker sing, and I brung it up and brung it up on my page. He said, yo, I ain't listening to this no more. He wasn't on he and he one of them like guy who really like hate low, like not low key hate white people, but like he'd get at white people before he get at his own people. He
They
one of
smash,
those.
they smash their women, but don't like the men.
Yeah, he'll get at them like he like, nah, I'm gonna rob him. He like, I'm gonna rob my people, but
Oh my goodness.
a white person, I'm gonna rob him. Yo,
Mm-mm-mm.
my boy came in the store. He white. He was looking at it, sizing them up.
Yo, I can't. Why are people like that? Ugh.
He was like, yo, that was your man. I said, yeah.
Melly, can you share my screen?
Yeah, real quick. I remember my
Could y'all share my
father.
screen?
Yeah, I'm gonna share it now. My father was like, it's a song he stopped listening to. Well, he didn't stop listening to it, but he was disappointed. Y'all know that song? They be like, I guess you wonder where I've been.
Yeah, that's
Search to find
Man,
the
that was
love
one of
within. So my
I
father
just
was like,
come to let you know.
I forgot his name. Yeah.
She doesn't
my
listen to
father
George
was like, he
Benson
was
no
so
more.
disappointed when he found out he was white.
Oh yeah, he's a white
I
dude.
was
Yeah.
cracking
The white
up.
dude, man. Shit. He gets props, man. I love that song, man. Fuck that shit. Shit.
Would
Okay.
you?
So
Jack
this is the guy y'all
Harlow.
Yeah,
talking about.
Yeah, Jack
That's him.
Harlow.
yeah.
He. It doesn't really look like he's trying to, behave, look, or appear black.
No, I thought you
Stereotypically
said who's the
negative
most
nigga.
wigger.
It doesn't really look like he's trying to do that at all.
He not, but he rap.
Yeah, no. See,
So
here's the thing.
I get what
Here,
you're saying. I
Let
get
me
what you're
stop the
saying,
screen share.
DC.
So here's what I'm saying. Actually, this swag that niggas champion so much, nobody want to be a part of that shit anymore. It was something that was cute, maybe at the '90s at latest, but nobody actually wants to be a part of that shit anymore. Only niggas. So just to be clear, it's not as desirable as you think. Rap is a good genre of music for somebody like him to step into and make money off of, niggas, but
Then
it's
switch
not.
up.
Yeah, it's not really nobody really is about that life. That swag thing
I get what you're
is
saying.
oh is overplayed, and it has been for a while. But because it's all niggas got is the false flattery that others are imitating them. I guess that's what gives them license to, feel justified and continuing to nig.
What about Takashi 69?
Who?
What you say about Takashi 69? Then he kind of did that shit too.
Oh, Takashi, yeah. Yeah,
I
he was
don't know who that is either. Hold on, let me look.
the
Let me look.
Mexican guy with the
The
6'9"
vegetable,
on his face.
the vegetable
Hey yo, hey
hairstyle
DC, you out the loop.
who was snitched.
Yeah, GC don't
Well,
know
I
who
mean,
nobody is.
if you ask who am I out the nigga loop? Absolutely, because I'm not a nigga.
Well, what the hell do you do? White stuff?
I mean, what's white stuff? Well, okay, let's do
Hold
this.
on. All right, what's black stuff?
I'll do this. What's nigga stuff? Let's start there.
No. We already know that. We want to know what the hell you do.
Non-nigga stuff.
What is that?
Oh yeah,
Non-nigga stuff. I'm talking on the panel
Like
right now.
read
That's a
books,
thing.
like like read books,
Yes, I
You don't
read.
smoke weed.
That's a white
You don't
thing.
drink 40s.
Hold on, hold on,
No. I
hold
didn't
on,
say
hold
it
on.
was.
Is
No,
is is reading a white thing? Yeah, I read.
no. It was a
he
question.
got you. He got you there, Blue.
What? What happened?
He said, "Is that a white thing? Is reading a white thing?"
Yeah, you remember that episode of the Boondocks? What was it? When Huey met
You heard me say no. That was a question.
he's like,
Ask
"Yo,
me
congratulations for reading."
that.
I hate when people say that positive things are white things and negative things are
but
black things.
but that's my
Well, I
point.
mean, but that's what niggas believe. I mean,
But
because
that's my point.
when I was arguing, he said that that's a nigga thing, But when I'm reading, I guess that's a white thing. That's niggas
But
for
that's
you.
my point.
And
That's my point. That's my point. I'm trying to prove, though. I'm trying to really prove a point. Like
I think he's doing
every
stuff.
time if somebody do something, they're gonna be judged. Like if he's doing something that's just a good thing, the label is that it's a good white thing. If something bad,
by
it's
you,
always a nigga is always attacked as something bad. You know what I mean? And
well,
it gotta be something with nigga.
it is. It is something
That's
because when
But
when
if you
niggas do
read and if
something,
you doing something
when a
good,
nigga does
it's
something,
attached
when a
to white
nigga
people.
does something, no, I don't attach it to. That's you. I don't attach good stuff to white people.
No, I'm talking about the world. You know what I'm saying,
Okay,
man?
that's because so many niggas are black. Unfortunately, so many black people choose to be niggas that they associate negative behavior with the race. So when I say niggas bring down the ethnic reputation of the race, they do. And many of them, like yourself, are proud that they're doing that. And then after doing such things, they say, oh, yes, when people see you, they're going to see a nigga. And that's because of what you're doing to the image of the race. You enjoy doing that. It's a detriment to black people as a whole. which is why I say it's important. This is what I was saying to Mr. Know-it-all before. It's important to keep your children away from niggas more so than it is away to keep them away from racist white people. You know, niggas are more of a detriment to the ethnic reputation of black people, you know, and they're really a general detriment to society at large.
I get what you're saying,
I
GC. But also
Good.
get what Mr.
I
Know-it-all
I
was saying
gotta
also too. I think he was alluding to that even though you could raise your kids to not be a hood kid, like how Ti says with his kids. Only you see what happened with the that youngest one who wants to be hood and but yeah,
King.
he's acting whiny. Yeah,
Nah,
but
he's
the
the
other,
middle one.
yeah, that's the little one.
I
Yeah,
gotta
but the
inter
other
I
ones,
gotta interject
you
on
don't
that.
see him acting hood. Matter of fact, he embraces like I think like a little hippie type style or like neo soul music that he's sing with
Adamani.
the other son. Yeah,
Listen, I
and he embraces that. So it's like some
I
kids
gotta
they
I
see a
gotta
certain
interject on that.
particular
Is
style and
that Rakim?
Yeah, that's me, Melanie.
yeah
Okay.
they see a particular style that brings the curiosity. It's just like like the the daughter that's not raised in a hood, but but wants to still be around hood style. Like we saw with the character of damn, what's Laura London's Nunu from ATL. Rich
Mhm.
girl, but
I'm a
also want
speak
to be
on
around
that.
the hood just to be down. And the treats are also like
Well,
I'm
well, so go for it, 18.
I just wanted to clarify a few of the things that I just wanted to speak on a few of the things GC was saying. With just to touch on what Mel was saying a minute ago, the reason why it's difficult King to go into that different direction because what us as black people don't realize too is no other image outside of uh outside but the hood image because that's what's the most promoted. And even with the situation of like with and black people we choose to be niggas, I don't think that's the case at all, GC. I think even back then in the 50s and the 60s when black people's image was at our best, we were still presented in a very negative light.
Exactly.
Okay, okay.
We was
Exactly.
present
I'll
we
bite.
was pre-
I'll bite. Please
because
show me the presentation.
we never had any images even when black men and black women was dressing up as
That was the image, sir.
no hold, give me 1 second. Even when black men and women was dressing up in more suits and dresses and everything, you still had shows that was promoted by white people like Amos and Andy to depict us to look
Mhm,
stupid. You still
mhm,
had drawn with big lips and eating chicken and watermelon and
mhm,
yes a boss and all of this other stuff. And it was always promoted in our images to make us look like we was
Like Nick.
buffoons or we were
Mm-hmm.
idiots. And
mhm.
then as time went on, they associated with us with the happy tap dancing, go lucky, oh yes, a boss. But as time went on, it's to criminal. We went from the happy go lucky, oh that's the good Negro. They're not gonna do anything, and
Mm-hmm.
they started promoting our image to be of criminality, which is why
Can I say
and
something?
and
Yeah.
No.
yeah, let me just say this real quick, Baloo. Let me just say this real quick. Because the thing is, too, the imagery is so powerful that you can make a certain thing about themselves just because you promoted it to them that way.
Okay.
And that's
Okay.
what.
Wait, hold on, JC. Hold on, real quick.
Okay.
What, to say what he's saying? That's when they started putting the liquor stores, the drugs. They started putting that in our community. That's all I wanted to say. Okay.
Okay. So, part of being a nigga is low intelligence and being highly influenced. You know, if somebody shows you, I mean, because really that's where the phrase monkey see, monkey do come from. So apparently they showed on the media a group of people that look like you behaving like monkeys, and you the monkey that behaved like that group of people that they showed you on TV. That shit's on you. That is the definition of ignorance. You know, just simply working and responding to outside stimuli without any intellectual oversight and the ability to intellectually override what's being seen, you know, that shit is on you. And if that is what makes you a nigga, then you still a nigga. Like, see, I don't really care about the origins of what makes people assholes. I really don't. Like, if somebody, if you know, somebody was a baby toucher, and then they say, "But I was touched as a baby," I don't give a fuck, nigga. You a baby toucher. I do not care about the origins of niggas. I really don't. You a nigga now. Live with it.
Okay, see, that's where I differ at, because if you don't understand the origins, then you can't understand the same game that's being played. A lot of the times too, like what Baloo was saying, the reason why everything is associated with good with white people is because they promoted it that fucking way. They don't promote their
Mm-hmm.
degeneracy in the media. They promote our degeneracy and they promote everybody else's. It's a reason why you don't see
Sir,
poor fucking
sir,
white people. It's a reason why
um,
you don't see poor white people in the media no more. They if you can Google images poor white people right now, you'll see some of the most degenerate people within their group that live within their society right along with everybody else. But
no,
unfortunately,
no,
we
no.
haven't had control.
I get it, you know, and niggas seek attention. Therefore, you know, the poor niggas is going to seek attention, you know, over everything else. I get what you're saying. An individual nigga today cannot rely, in my opinion, cannot rely on history to justify their present day nigga. You see,
No, no, I'm not. I'm not.
I get what you're saying. Understand the history of it, but nevertheless, it's not a justification. You a nigga now, do better, or just continue your life of abstract ignorance. It's all the same to me.
No, because here's what I'm saying. Here's the thing that I'm saying. You don't think between not just the imagery that's promoted, but lack of education from from poorly funded schools,
Mhm.
drugs, prolonged exposure to poverty. You don't think that's what creates that psyche, along with the imagery of being shoved down your throat to present an image?
And,
If
and,
you, or if
and
you,
think
if
about
oh,
this. Right,
hold
I'm
on one
sorry. Go ahead.
second, Baloo. I would just want to say this: if somebody see, why do we associate kung fu with Chinese people? Why do we associate um, cowboy movies with white folks? We associated because that was the imagery that we saw of them growing up. Why do we associate uh, corporate businesses and different white people? That's because of
Hey,
the imagery that we saw of
why do we associate cops with donuts? Let me ask you that.
Why, wait, look, why do they
Blue,
even
hold on. 18th
have a
letter.
jail?
Hold
Think
on.
about
18th
that.
letter. 18th letter. Why
But
do we
think about
associate
that.
cops with donuts? Let me ask you this. Why do we
Why do
associate
they have a jail? Why do they have jails?
18th
Think
letter?
about it.
Let me. Yeah, I get it. 18th letter. Why?
You
Why?
don't get it, GC.
I don't care. I don't care. Like, I'm asking 18th letter question. Like,
uh,
18th letter. Why? Why do we associate cops with donuts?
um, I don't know the origin of it. I just know that cops have been associated with donuts for
So
a
they
very long
always out
Have
there
time.
you?
getting a
Have you?
donut and a coffee.
When was the last time you seen a cop eat
Exactly.
it? When was the last time in real life you seen a cop eat a donut?
It's been a very long time. I've never
Right.
seen it.
Without knowing the origins, it is believed that there is a connection between cops and donuts even today. Now, I know the origin,
Hmm.
but guess what? Modern day cops don't care. They just know not to be caught in uniform scarfing down a 12 pack of donuts because that make the uniform look bad.
But
So
you,
no matter right quick 18th letter, no matter
okay.
what the origin is, don't fuck up your own fucked up reputation by stuffing your face with donuts like an asshole. You know, and that's what niggas
Oh,
are. They're the equivalent to modern day donut eating cops. They fuck up an already fucked up reputation.
okay. I get what you answered your question already. Because even though cops don't eat donuts like that, or they don't want to get caught eating donuts, we still associate them with donuts, right?
Yes, exactly. So the reputation is going to take a while to wane, no matter what. But but do better
Hmm.
is what I'm saying. Do better. You're gonna have a fucked up reputation, and just because you behave, you know, the reputation isn't going to change overnight. Granted, but don't perpetuate an already negative behavior. That's stupid. And far too many niggas is stupid. It's part of the definition. You know, all I'm saying is black people need to collectively be less stupid or stop bitching when people treat you like an idiot.
That's true. Those are true words. Now, what was you trying to say, Blue?
No, I'm saying like I don't. I'm pretty sure GC can understand this, but understand throughout history we've been attacked. Everything is to attack, quote unquote, nigger. You know what I mean? Black. You know what I mean? They built jail just to put people. They started off putting, with slavery. Then they let the chains go, and then because of what happened after that, the drugs and everything, then they created jails. And jails is where, if you ask me, is where why all the races are comfortable with nigga because I'm not a jail person. I'm just speaking. You know what I mean? All the different races of politicking, and then they all become a nigga. That word nigga, but they all
Well,
doing nigga shit.
can I, if I just might jump in with what you were saying, Blue? Like, even when you look at the history of the 13th Amendment and how it was created after slavery to be able to, it's even written into the law, man should be enslaved unless they're property of the state. And if you notice, those jails, they were based off of plantations. And where did they put those jails at? In rural white areas. Even to this day, they arrest people
Mm-hmm.
that commit crimes in urban areas and ship them off to rural white areas to
Yeah, yo, you know
fund the
what? You
economy.
right.
And it's mostly racist white people that operates in those offices and everything else. Meanwhile, they're getting more, they're getting like damn near free labor off of you by,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know.
But that aside,
Mhm.
should modern black men continue to behave like niggas? Is the question. 18th. I pose
No,
that question to you.
most modern,
There you go.
most modern black, most
There you go.
even behave. Most modern black men don't behave like that for the most
Yeah.
part.
Yeah,
If you,
I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about the ones that do. The ones that do shouldn't. If you're a modern black man, stop acting like a nigga, and over time, perhaps they won't treat your grandkids like one. Okay?
that's
Fucking
not true.
niggas.
That's not true.
Okay,
That's not
well,
true. They've been
oh, okay. Listen. How can I say this? Um, then leave. There you go.
Leave and go where, GC?
Go to a predominantly black country.
So go back to Africa, pretty much. If you don't like it here, go
Now
back to Africa.
GC.
Good
You
luck
could
with
go to
that.
Now
Brazil.
see GC. Now
Well,
GC.
wait a minute. Wait a minute. You could go to Brazil, or you could go somewhere. You could go somewhere else. But it doesn't make sense for somebody to, I see Asians get their ass kicked all the time. But yeah, you're right. The negative the stereotype of kung fu, um, still
Now
follow
GC.
still follows them wherever they go. But this whole thing is, these people are going to see me like a nigga, and so therefore I'm going to behave like one. Is
no,
retarded.
no. I'm not saying that's the reason why you have this type of behavior. The only thing I'm saying
Hmm.
is that me, even like for instance, you said don't act like a nigga. They don't treat you like one. When it's been constantly proven that the least black people act like niggas, the more that makes white people you're challenging their authority, or you seem more intelligent than them, or you seem
What?
like
Wait. What's
anything.
that? But that's not. But that's not them treating you like a nigga. But I mean, elaborate on
No,
that.
no, no.
Like,
I mean, what I'm gonna elaborate on it. They feel a sense of being threatened by you, as a person that's I have
but
experienced that myself, especially.
that's not treating them like a
No,
nigga
well,
though.
no.
Niggas aren't a
No,
Anybody
it's
else
threat.
treating them
can
like a nigga.
interject too. I just want to let you know so it don't sound like the same two people talking. Everybody else can give their opinion.
They already know that. The people that's complaining don't have an opinion. They're just complaining to complain. But I mean, no, the thing is that they understand niggas don't have power, so it's really not, if they feel threatened by you, then they're not treating you like a nigga, they're treating you like a threat. Because yes, there is hatred that the WS have against God's chosen, the small hat people. They also have that, because they actually feel like they're a threat because they don't behave like niggas. So they actually, feel that they're a threat. They're not treating them like niggas, they just hate them for a different reason. No, the general annoyance and frustration that society has, will dissipate.
Hmm. But
Anybody?
but the nerve, because they created this situation to make niggas niggas. So
I'm
how
coming.
can you
What, Mr.
I'm,
like
Noto?
how can you be upset?
I agree with the 18th letter. Like the better we are, the more of a threat we are, and the more they try to undermine us. Black Wall Street is a testament to that. And this is what I was trying to say earlier: is the civil rights movement is a testament to that. When black people got dressed up in suits and started marching and weren't being violent, they hit you with the water hose. They hit you with
Exactly.
the dogs. The more you were respectable, the more they tried to tear you down.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to
And
say.
I
Didn't civil
and I'm
rights
not
come
And
from
my
wait?
point,
Didn't
hold on,
civil
let me
rights
land.
come from that?
Let me
Didn't
land.
civil rights come
Let
from
me
that?
land. Hold on, let me land real quick. So the moral of the story is this right here. We all talking GC saying what he feel, everybody saying what they feel. But the reality of this, the people that act like niggas and can't get that nigga shit out of them, they need to go to another country and experience what it is to be. And that's the key. That's what it is. Like people need to get out of that box, because if you've been in that box, you don't know nothing else. So you're gonna act what you know. They need to go somewhere else and
They do need to
experience
go
life.
somewhere else. It's called
Yes.
Alcatraz. It's called San Quentin, and it's called Folsom.
Oh
That's where
my
they need to
God.
put niggas.
No, man, I'm talking
Yes,
about
that
That's
the
is
nigga.
somewhere else. No, fuck them. No, don't go to another
Wait,
country and
hold
fuck them
on.
up too.
no,
Hold on.
No,
see,
no,
Hold on.
no, no, no.
Now
Don't
you
go to
talking like a nigga
don't
again.
don't no,
See?
don't go to another country and
Now
fuck them
you
up too.
so you saying
Listen,
somebody so you
Jesus.
saying a black kid that's acting nigga don't know no better, instead of saying let me go somewhere and see what life is different, they should go to jail.
no,
If they
see,
acting
it's
They
like a
should
more
nigga,
take
to it than
themselves.
yes.
that.
So if they should want to
Yes,
take themselves
yes.
on a trip, they should take themselves to jail.
They shouldn't take
Listen,
themselves there,
listen,
but they should be taken
listen.
there.
It's
Dang.
They
I
should
think
let
be
me
I
just
taken
think
say
there.
this.
Fuck
Classy wanted
them.
to say something. Go ahead,
No,
Classy.
no, no. See, understand this. Understand this. Niggas are both the influencers and the influenced. Just like somebody making noise. Somebody making
There's a
noise.
lot of
Annoying noise.
yeah.
Classy, you
Everyone
have
mute out.
anything to say, brother?
Probably a nigga.
Oh, sorry. I was playing Final Fantasy Rebirth.
Oh, that
I'm
was
sorry.
you.
Oh,
Goddamn
that's you,
nigga,
brother.
you.
All right, look at you doing nerdy shit over there.
I'm like nigga. All right, go
Got the
ahead.
nigga.
Go ahead, Classy.
I extracted out of my blood. Go ahead.
No, no. My point is that niggas is like zombies. They're both the victim of being bitten by another zombie, and they're incapable of infecting regular people and turning them into zombies. So what do you do with a zombie? You quarantine their ass, or you shoot them in the head. But you keep them the fuck away from healthy people. You do. You keep them the
I
fuck away from
can't,
healthy
bro.
people. And
Well,
me as
Mm.
a
I
healthy,
wanted
But
to
see, here's the
rebut
thing.
what GC was saying about the civil rights. Like he said, he correctly said that movement led to civil rights, but I think he's misattributing why. It's not out of an increased respect that civil rights was granted to black people. It's to end the disruptiveness of the movement, right? They don't let Rosa Parks sit in the front of a bus. They arrest her. The Montgomery bus boycott happens. They start losing money. They're like, all right, fine. You guys can ride in anywhere, sit anywhere you want on the bus. It's not because they all of a sudden respected black people. It's because they were hitting their pockets.
So
The
GC,
civil
you
rights
don't think a
movement was
nigga could
too
change?
disruptive. Hold on. The civil rights movement was too disruptive. That's why it worked. But it did not increase their respect and adoration for black people.
No, it didn't.
And
Hey GC, you
I just
telling
gotta
me
jump in
hold up.
on this.
So GC, you telling me niggas can't change?
yes, they can. I'll give you an example of a nigga that
Yeah,
changed.
because you did.
I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example of a nigga that changed. Okay.
You
I read about a nigga who changed, and you know where he learned to change at? Jail. And you want to know who this nigga was? Malcolm X. Okay. He used to be called Detroit Red, but he went to jail and changed. So yes. And as long as these niggas not out fucking with regular people, hopefully they do come back better people.
But see, here's the thing. Here's the thing, GC, because like for instance, what you said, and you make some valid points, and I agree with you because I understand things that you say because I understand the frustration. Because I'm pretty sure it's people like that we don't like, that we can't like. But I know for a fact, like for instance, what you said about the zombies. I'm trying to figure out what's the fucking virus because you get the virus and you make a cure for the virus, then you can stop the zombies.
Mm-hmm.
But here's the thing, right? Because like you said, we've talked about single mothers and we've talked about like different things like that in the past. When you look at the history with the single motherhood and the type of dudes that comes from that situation, who's funding these single mothers for them to create this type of situation? You have the
Okay.
government that's funding them, the government that's giving them money to keep having children, to
Right.
get
They're creating
keep getting
circumstances
paid.
for which they could be niggas. However, if they choose to be niggas in those circumstances, that's on them. And I agree with you about the study the virus. Listen, if a group of, highly intelligent people were to lock niggas up and draw blood and examine their DNA to find out what the fuck make them niggas, I'm all for that. And hopefully in the process they can cure, they can cure other stuff, like yellow toenails and shit. Nevertheless, if somebody wants to put niggas in a lab and study they dumbass, I'm okay with that too.
But see, and
How
the
about
thing
your
is
ghetto
too,
lab
it's
rats?
not
Yeah, exactly.
it's not just going to stop. First off, what creates niggas is prolonged exposure to poverty, lack of opportunities, poor education in schools, which is what they designed it for it to be, the
Mm-hmm.
drugs, all types of stuff that creates these type of people. And guess what? It's not that virus is not going to stay contained to those to that one section, because the less and less people or more they're going to venture out to where people have it, which is why you're going to see increased crime rates in suburbs. You're going to see increased crime rates in where people have money and resources, because the niggas that everybody hate is tired of being niggas being broke. So, and not really having the resources to really change anything. So they're going to start venturing out into where the resources are, knocking at people's front door, or they're going to
Yeah,
be
I
they're
know
going to
they're
be pulling
contagious.
they're
They're
going
they're
to be pulling
contagious.
out. They're going to be pulling guns because, and the funny thing is, if people really wanted the niggas to be gone, this can stop overnight. Just like they've given the agents funding, they've given all of these other groups funding and all of this other shit. It can stop overnight, but they don't want
You
America's
can't
system to
solve the
still go.
nigga problem by throwing money at it. Try throwing $100 bill at a zombie and see if it stopped going for your brains. No, no. The only way to listen. You're not gonna solve that way. There's a reason. You want to know how you solve the nigga problem? They said it best on the Boondocks: jail. Okay, there isn't a better way. You're not going to. We've been giving them welfare and we've been giving them all kind of nigga feeds for generations, and they just became more nigga. Okay,
But see, they gave them well.
no,
They
no. Listen. The more you give it to, they're like the Incredible Hulk. The angrier they get, the stronger they get. The more that you try to help them, the worse they get. The more niggerish they get.
but
The
it
more
was
civil
never
rights they get.
intended for help. It was never intended for help.
It doesn't
Welfare.
matter. It doesn't matter.
That's
The
they
better
created
the
the niggas. They
listen. It's more niggas now than it was 100 years ago, right? But our educational system is better now than it was. We got more money than we did 100 years ago, but we still are more nigga. Everything has gotten worse. Everything has gotten more niggerish, and all the other stuff to prevent it has become better. Okay. White people are less racist, or at least society is encouraging them to be
oh
less
no,
racist.
yeah, oh
Yes,
no,
yes, yes, yes,
no,
yes, yes,
no,
yes,
no,
yes, yes,
no,
yes, yes,
no. They
yes,
found more
yes,
strategical
yes.
methods.
I
They
don't
found
care.
no.
Listen.
TC,
They
Okay,
didn't
wait a
have,
minute. Wait a
they
minute.
didn't have
GC,
DEI. They didn't. No, stop it.
GC,
They
are you
didn't have
white?
DEI. They didn't
Are
have
you white,
DEI. I'm not
GC?
gonna dignify that with a
I
response.
think you white.
Shut the hell up, nigga. I'm not gonna dignify that with a
He
response.
keep calling me a nigga.
You call yourself a nigga. Man, sick of ignorant bastards. Anyway,
Oh, shit.
listen, there didn't exist stuff like DEI and shit like that back in the day. They didn't have after school specials trying to tell people to get along back in the day. Okay, so miss me with this. They're just as racist as they are 100 years ago. Shit has gotten better and niggas gotten more niggish. Okay, period.
Okay,
So
I gotta speak on that real quick. First and foremost, the reason that they gave welfare and they gave all of this shit to create niggas, because that's what they wanted to do. They wanted to fuck up and mess and pretty much deteriorate the family structure to the point that we
They
won't
created welfare
be a threat
to help.
because you can't.
They created welfare to help with the Great Depression. Okay, and niggas got a hold
They
of it and went
created the Great Depression.
and went for retard with it. You know, that's
That's he laughing at GC when he found out here, nigga.
they created welfare to deal with World War One widows. To deal with World War One widows and to deal with the economic problems of the Great Depression. Nigga, and this was what, like 100 years ago. Niggas got a hold of it in the 80s and decided to weaponize it against the family. Why? Because that's what a nigga does. They have a hustle mindset. So anytime you give something for free, they'll take anything that's given to them because they're niggas. So what I'm saying is keep that mentality away from me and other healthy-minded people. Because
All right,
ignorance
let's
is
move on. They want us to move on.
Man.
This is so funny tonight, but I'm enjoying you guys on this Saturday night or Sunday morning now here on the East
All right,
Coast.
somebody in the chat said they want to move on. What they want to move on to? If
Well,
not, we're going back to that.
Well, we were talking about the N-word. That's the topic. So there's no moving on. But
No,
yeah.
I'm saying meet people where they stand. You know, the solution to nigga problems is no more niggas. That is the solution to it.
So
Well,
you saying
like
we
the
all
thing
should go
that
to jail? That's messed up.
No, if you do a nigga thing, most nigga things are illegal. Okay?
Yeah.
And
So
many
DC,
niggas
so
and
hold on. No.
the only thing
I gotta
and
stop
the
you.
only
No,
thing
no, no, no,
and
You
no.
said
the only
most niggas
Wait a
things are
minute.
illegal.
Wait a
Most
minute.
are illegal. Really?
yes,
No.
exactly. Yes,
Hold
yes,
on,
it is. Yes, it
hold on.
is.
So
Yes,
let
it
me
is.
ask you something. So
God
GC,
damn.
let me ask you something. I got caught smoking weed, right? I ain't committing no crime, but I got locked up, caught a charge. Now, umpteen years later, now all these people making money a week. So you saying I should have went to jail?
Did you smoke weed in a
Huh?
place? Wait, did you smoke weed in a place where it's illegal to smoke weed?
No, I was in my goddamn car.
Let me
That's different.
rephrase. Did you
But
smoke
no, but what
weed
I'm trying
in
to
a
tell you
state?
is, but you
You
trying
broke
to
the
sit here,
law.
man, fuck you. Get the fuck talking about broke a law.
What, you broke a
It
law?
make no damn
But
sense. But see,
but
that's
What law
what my
did you
point.
break?
My point is what I'm trying to show you
but
is.
more. Ah, Jesus.
My point is what I'm trying to show you is America is their backyard. They got rules, regulations, and it's full of shit. GC and a person you going too hard for something that somebody else created, and you supporting what they created. They created all that. They create the world we live in. Far as like the structure. So if I smoke weed now and I can't go to jail, but these white people, big corporations making money off of it, I shouldn't have been harmed then. Why try to destroy somebody's future over something that in the future you allow and you do and support? Come on, it's too much fuckery. Let's go.
All right. Here's the thing. Niggas need to be separated from non-nigga people. The act of smoking weed does not make one a nigga. You know. Nevertheless, niggas need to be separated from non-nigga people. Now, that is the reason that people, you know, it raised housing values and stuff. People pay extra to get away from niggas, people with a certain mentality, because they understand how contagious
What
somebody's.
is that? Hold on. What is that feedback?
What is that noise?
Don't come on my panel with that noise. Mute out when someone's talking. And J Line, is that you?
That was my phone. My bad. I got.
All right. Yeah, Blue, please. J Line, is that you?
Yes. Yes, it's me.
Okay.
You get a lot of trolls or something, huh? I guess.
Oh yeah, I get
She's
penis
protecting
people.
herself against it. Yeah.
A lot of P bombers. Yeah.
Yeah. Those are niggas. I mean,
Yeah,
but
those are niggas. Yeah.
but no, I mean,
Ain't nothing illegal about it. Ain't nothing illegal about it. Just nasty and immoral. So hey,
no, it's illegal.
It's
You know,
illegal.
it's indecent exposure. But the thing is that and that's another thing, and that's why probably so many black people are niggas, is because they think that they're lashing out against an oppressive system, and maybe they are, but it really shows an inability to function within any system. Niggas don't create systems; they just destroy the existing system because they think that they're better than it for some fucked up reason. I don't care. No matter what civilization I live in, as long as it's civilized, I can live in it in a civil manner. Niggas can't. Therefore, they do not deserve a part in it.
True.
Okay, I don't agree
Of
with
course not.
that at all because no, I've grown up in these environments and I know for a fact that what makes a nigga and what doesn't make a nigga. Because of the simple fact is that if you have all of the things that people have that quote unquote makes them not a nigga, then you won't be a nigga. Period, point blank. And
What are
you
these
have
things?
all of these other people, uh high funded education systems,
Mm-hmm.
opportunities for loans to
Mm-hmm.
buy homes, different things like that.
Mm-hmm.
The things that make the suburbs. Like,
Like Ti son has, like Ti son has, right?
yes,
But he
but
still
T.I.
chooses
son
to
is
be
a
a
very
fucking nigga,
rare.
right? He still chooses to be a fucking nigga.
It's way
You
more
know,
to
and
it's way more to it than that.
it's
Way
really
more to it
Oh,
less.
than
let
that.
me.
No,
It's
no,
Um,
no,
really
no, no, it's not. Let
it's
me
really
finish
less.
really
You
quick.
and,
can't
Let me
you
and
can't
what you're
give people
saying is
free shit.
true.
You can't give people free shit and expect them to,
18 letter.
behave. Listen. Unless somebody earns something, they're not going to respect from whence it came.
what like whoa, hold up. You know how much I've worked our asses off and earned every fucking thing that we've had only for it to be taken away, only for it to be. You do know that, right?
Yes.
We've busted our ass to get everything. Nothing was ever given to black people at
Mm-hmm.
all. Nothing. All of these other groups, they get loans, they get funding, they get all types of different resources and everything. Come here, we have not had anything. Well, I would say black men in general, we have not had anything given
Mm-hmm.
to us. We've been shut out of the fucking system from the beginning.
Well, I mean, you've had education given to you
No education, educated by who?
by
The same
teachers,
the
by
same people that put
educators.
us in the situation. The same education
Yeah,
that
exactly.
make us not know any of our own history, any of like anything. All of our education comes from
I
the
learned
same
I learned
people
I learned
that
black
put us.
history. I learned black history in public schools.
I
But
didn't.
nevertheless,
Only
I
thing
mean,
I learned was
but more importantly, I learned calculus in public schools. I learned physics. I learned chemistry. Like, I mean, so that was something that was given to me. My parents didn't pay for that. Same with people like Ben Carson. So we were given something, you know. However, some people chose to take it and be niggas.
Is that you,
I
Rayhan?
don't believe that at all. I don't believe
Oh
much more
yeah.
to it. It's not simplified like that. It's way much more to it than that. Even hell, even when black people were moving into these different areas, what up upstanding black people, well-to-do black people, you had these people moving out and trying to create different laws to keep us from going over to where they at. Folks leaving now because they feel like in where Asians is moving into their area, they're leaving now because they feel that their kids are not going to have an advantage in school. Everything is about advantages and disadvantages. I'm not really too concerned about nigga crimes because what the crimes that a lot of these other groups are doing affects the country and the economy. When you watch shows like American Greed and you see these white people getting away with scams for millions of dollars
Mm-hmm.
and scamming life insurances and everything else, 300, 400, $500,000.
Mm-hmm.
What does more damage to society, that or somebody sticking up a fucking liquor store like
You want to know what I
in
call those
some
white
in,
people?
what you call them?
Nigga. So, once again, niggas are a detriment to all around them, no matter the race. Nevertheless, we have such a high concentration of niggas in the black community that it's perpetuating already existing negative stereotypes. So my message, this is a public service announcement, says, so many niggas have heard and ignored in the past, is don't be a nigga. Like whenever you have that urge to be a nigga, listen to classical music. Or I don't give a fuck, just don't do it. I don't care what it takes. I don't know if there's a nigga 10-step program, but it is what is it, 10 or 12? Anyway, whatever process you have to go through to not be a nigga, go through it. Okay? It's not my responsibility to give you shit or to do shit for you. It is incumbent upon each individual nigga to not nig.
No, I get what you're saying, GC. It's not
The process
we
is
not,
called
and the funny
reneging.
thing is nobody's asking for anybody to give us anything or give us something for free. Anything, just don't fucking try to sabotage us.
But hold on, GC.
Like,
hold on.
They've been sabotaging us for decades. Like, if you sabotage and take away the basic things that people need to be able to be competitive in this economy and prosper into this economy, what do you think that leaves that person?
But we do have the basic things that people
I
need
think that
to
this
become productive in society. I just described the education that I came up through. Like, I mean, we do have the basic things. Like, we all have food, water, education, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like we have those basic things. So now that we have the basic things that our ancestors fought for, don't be niggas and disrespect them.
But
we have
GC,
freedom.
How do you reconcile what you just said, which is it's up to each and every individual to not nig, with what you said earlier, that we're judged by our collective reputation?
We are. So I mean, so every collective action is because the individuals in that collective act that way. Just like if all the people, if everybody in the Bay Area of California decided to start walking east, then we would be known as migrants that walk east. However, if some people in that group decide to walk south, then that's okay too. Or some of them decide not to walk at all. If a group of people gather together and decide to behave collectively in a way, then people will judge you for that collective behavior. Period. But it doesn't matter, each
So you think mistreatment of black people in America stems from our behavior?
I don't care. Just don't nig. And so, like, listen, if you are going to complain about the treatment, then you will have a better argument if you didn't nig in the first place. Stop nigging. Stop nigging. See, that's what you do. Step one, stop nigging. And then any actions, if society still decides to treat you like a nigga, then you can point the finger with righteous indignation at society. Then you
Which
can
is
say
what the
society.
civil rights movement was.
Exactly. That's exactly what the civil rights, and that's exactly what the civil rights movement did. And then what happened after the civil rights movement? Re-nigging. They started nigging again. Fucking niggas.
No,
that's
no,
yes. The new wave of niggas came. Yes. The new wave of niggas. Yes. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. God damn it.
No.
Sound like a bad song.
No.
All right.
I told you the Black Willy Wonka nigga.
Go ahead, Rayhama. You have anything to say?
Yeah, man. Hey, I agree with GC what he's saying, man. Because most of my turmoils and calamity with black people has been with the niggas, the community, and but the thing is, the grimy nature of them that spread that's throughout, through multiple races. I came across grimy white folks, East Indians, and Africans, here in the States. So, I mean, the whole grimy get over on you kind of nature and being on some schemy kind of stuff. That's and cunning. That's been mostly with niggas, not the black folks I came across.
Exactly. Listen, we would have a better leg to stand on if we didn't nig so frequently, but we do, and it's because niggas got a nig. So I feel no sympathy for somebody who decides to nig. I don't. Stop nigging.
It doesn't matter how many people stop nigging, unless it's universal. It ain't gonna matter because we don't get treated as individuals, like you said, with our collective reputation.
I treat the individual nigga like an individual, and I say if individually you are a nigga, stop nigging.
The redneck white dude, he can be ostracized within the white community. It can separate him back. Well, that's you. That's not the rest of us.
I separate niggas all the fucking time. I separate myself from niggas all the fucking time. In fact, all the time. In fact, I separated so much. Melody, could you switch H&M with Blue TV so I could be further away from niggas? I separate myself from niggas every chance I get.
No, do others separate you?
I don't.
Now that's hilarious.
Blue, you got any response for that?
Hey, yeah, I guess that was a chess move.
I guess so.
Oh man, hey, you know what? I feel his. Hey, sis, I feel GC's passion on that, man, because niggas with the A and the Z at the end, damn it. They have caused me so much hell, man. I mean, I swear. And niggas are not the type of black folks that are open-minded and willing to administer modesty wherever they go, especially when they go overseas. Black folks, when they go overseas, they know how to adapt. They know how to show that modesty that is demanded, especially overseas. So, and but niggas, yeah, they're not able to. The niggas are the passport poopies, that you see overseas doing all kind of crazy stuff.
That has
it's not black people who have ruined the Americans' reputation as a tourist.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I've seen that firsthand. That is true.
And that's why, Classy, and people wonder why I said take them to Alcatraz. Like you don't put them in other places. It's contagious. You don't put a zombie, into like a elementary school. Like you keep it away from regular decent society. That's why China had a wall. That's the Great Wall of not nigga. Like that's what they do. You build a wall around your civilization so the niggas don't get in.
I think the population of non niggas is growing, and to a degree, it seems like it's outgrowing, basically pushing out the niggardry.
Agreed. And I do thank Yahweh or Yakub for that, because no, we do need a reprieve. And yes, nigga is going out of fashion, fortunately. But you can't feed it some more free stuff and make it profitable to be niggas, or else that'll just create more niggas. That's like saying, the way to get rid of roaches is to leave food out. It's to leave your garbage can open. Nope. That just makes more.
These new age niggas GC are worse.
No, they not. They just as fucking ass pants as they was in the 90s. Just a bunch of ass pants bastards.
They're the same. They're not different.
Exactly.
Shit,
the only thing is that they broke her.
I didn't see no Suki Hanas back then. I didn't see no Suki Hanas.
No, they existed. They just wasn't put in the limelight.
No. What are you talking about? It was Little Kim. It was Foxy Brown. You think that they invented whores like this generation did? No. It's all the same thing. It's just the way society is reacting to them.
They're Little Kim on steroids ×3.
I don't know. I don't listen to these broads. I don't. No, the point is that being a nigga is a lot less popular now in general, especially for the men. And I think that it is for the women. Nobody want to be like that ugly ass bitch. Sexy Red or Suki Hana. Nobody want to be that, Has
it ever been popular?
At least Lil Kim can rap. She was lyrical. She had some
Lil Kim
bars.
was
These
that
women,
was my
all
girl.
they doing
No,
is
Sissy Red can't rap for
all
shit.
they doing is rhyming like nursery lines. My coochie pink, my booty hole brown, pound town, just
And they
like
talk
pound town.
about
Like that's
collecting
stupid.
STDs. Yeah,
Yeah, it's just it don't
Yeah, that's disgusting.
it's horrible. It's really bad.
Both Brown could rap, and they was spitting, but today it's the god
They
awful
can't rap.
imagery
no,
is
they can't
horrible,
rap.
and
I
and
mean,
the, and the
Exactly.
thing I'm at, and but the thing I asked, who's fucking funding a Sexy Red? Who's putting Sexy Red out there?
Niggas.
Somebody got her
But
pregnant.
Niggas.
don't forget about Trina, sis.
Jews.
Niggas.
They can rap too.
Niggas don't got no money to put Sexy Red out
Yes,
there.
they do. They got $1.99 or however fuck it
no,
costs to
actually,
download their shit.
let me
Yes,
say,
they do.
I,
And
I
somebody
would,
said Jews. Listen, they profit. They don't spend.
I would say
You
we,
think that they go to synagogue every week and listen to Sexy Red? Get the fuck out of here.
I would
No,
say,
they
18th
don't.
letter. I wouldn't say we spin. I say we help promote it on the internet more than anyone else.
No, well, listen. If you buy Sexy Red and listen and enjoy the shit, you a nigga. And I don't care what race you are. You are a nigga. That's a nigga thing to do. I don't care if you a fucking Eskimo. If you an Eskimo and you listen to Sexy Red and you think the shit's cool, then you a fucking Eskimo nigga.
I'll give you an example of 18th letter. You
But
got
what
some,
kind of nigga are you?
None, motherfucker.
Hold on, one at a time. Let's hear Classy. Then go ahead, Blue.
I was gonna see 18th letter. I would say we do help promote it because you got some teachers going in class with their students playing the music, and then you just had Kamala Harris that invited the HBCU students out to the White House, and she was playing and she had Sexy Red there or playing Sexy Red. We actually help promote this stuff.
Niggas.
What's that?
Now, if you want to say money wise, you're right. It would be the people that are not black. You're right.
What do you mean? They don't buy the crap.
Yes, they
And
do.
we're not talking.
Yeah, they
we're
do.
not talking. Listen, we're not talking about race here. Sweat or Classy.
No. You
We're
missed my
talking.
whole entire point. What
No,
I'm saying
But
is,
we're talking. What I'm saying is that if you embrace such culture, damn it, Blue. That's a nigga. He's doing it like music in a good neighborhood. Just fucking annoying. Okay, so like, the shit funny, huh?
This whole thing is funny as heck.
Listen,
Damn it, Blue.
It doesn't matter your race or your creed or something. If you embrace nigga culture, Classy, ya nigga.
well, no, I understand that, but what I'm saying, I'm talking about when you're getting
So that would make everybody.
Never mind.
No, let the
Go ahead,
doctor.
Classy.
No, I'm through.
On a boat.
I need everybody to hit the like button on this stream. Make sure you hit the like button and share on all your platforms.
You want me to bring the class in here?
What is happening right now?
Yeah, who audio is that? Sound like motherfuckers in water.
If you have bad audio, please don't come up and mess up my panel.
Niggas mess up everything. That's just what they do.
Has to be Blue or 18th letter because they're the only ones not muted.
Hey, Blue? 18th letter? Okay, he's good. Hey, Blue, you was trying to ask a question? What was the question you was trying to ask?
Oh, I said, what kind of nigga is GC? He said none.
Yeah, none of the above. That's part of being a not nigga. Like, you don't fall into a subcategory of something you're not.
It's not about falling into category, just what your subject
Nigga
is.
is a category.
So let me ask you something. You don't look at yourself as a nigga. You think nobody never looked at you and said that nigga?
I don't care. I know what I am not.
What you am not.
A nigga. There's a lot of things that I am not. I am not a fucking, Shaolin monk. If somebody looked at me and said, hey, he's a Shaolin monk, that don't mean I am one.
So you don't associate with niggas. You don't got no niggas friends. You ain't go like back. You said you from the hood. You ain't got no nigga people. You know.
If you don't associate with them, all the other races will.
I do associate with niggas, yes.
You do associate. Do you got nigga cousins?
Do I? No, I don't have
He
any nigga
said,
cousins.
do I?
Well, I have a
You
big
ain't got
family.
no nigga cousins.
No,
That nigga hilarious.
none that I can think of.
You ain't got no cousins that smoke weed and shit.
I don't think that that makes you a nigga. But okay.
But
Nevertheless, I have no cousins that I could think of that I identify as nigga. Doesn't matter. Listen, it's not a matter of associating with them. You know, I can associate with a fucking NBA player. That doesn't make me an NBA player. I can fucking associate with a priest. Doesn't make me a fucking priest. It doesn't matter who you associate with. It's a matter of what you are and what you are not, and I are not a nigga.
I are not.
All right, guys, so we're coming up to the 4-hour mark. So let's give our final thoughts. I'm going to start from the bottom. Ray Hama, Jay Lion, then 18th letter, and then Mr. Know-It-All, Classy Blue, and then we'll do it that way. All right, go ahead, Ray Hama. What are your final thoughts?
Hey, sis, thank you for letting me up. Yeah, I think the whole thing is, it's silly, and but it's something that needs to, be taken seriously. And the thing is, a lot of people are not going to stop using it because we are not of such of a power as those special people, as I will say. Um, to where if you use any slanderous words or whatever, the words that they use between each other, then you will be held accountable. So we're not at that level to be able to say, hey, all black people stop using that word, and it's still going to continue to be used. And but the thing is, there will always be a distinct. I don't know who audio that is. That is not mine. But
Everybody mute
anyway,
up, please, while he's talking.
it's like and yeah, and so yeah, and it's right. There's everybody needs to keep aware, and there's a lot of outside people that are aware of it too. There being two distinctive differences between black folks. I mean, from those who are of the nigga clan, and those who are just black people. Those who are like of innovative minds and that aspire for greatness and greatness not just for themselves but with others. And in order to do that, you gotta be of a way better and positive behavior than niggatry. So, but thank you, sis. I appreciate it.
Thank you for coming. Thanks for that final thought. Jay Lion, are you there?
Yeah. Let's go to the next person.
All right, you don't want to do your final thought? Well, thank you for coming.
Oh yeah. I was gonna say. Yeah, I don't use that word, the N word, and I think that I think the culture um it they have normalized their word. It's like they have normalized like dysfunction, and I think that yeah. So I think um that word uh it's a negative word, and I think that some people have perpetuated that stereotype. I think, or that negative behavior, because also too that you shouldn't be using that word, or if some people are born in particular environments and that's all they don't know anything else. So, and I think that they have to be exposed to something different, or those environments that create those conditions for certain behavior needs to be changed. So, and I think it's up to all you can do is as far as the behavior, I think is all you can do is you can't stop some people acting a certain way. But I don't think that because people are acting a certain way, because a lot of people act some act different ways, whether they're white folks or whatever. But that doesn't make somebody should treat a group of people based on what other people are doing. So I think everybody should check everybody as a human being first. So it's like I don't think every white person is a white supremacist, something like that. So um, so yeah, so I mean I don't think no excuse. could be, somebody being racist. Huh? But that's what I have to say.
All right, thank you for coming, J-Line. I appreciate that final thought. All right, Rakim, 18th letter. What are your final thoughts?
Thank you for having me up, Melody. It's been an interesting conversation. See, man. Uh, I definitely understand where GC's coming from. I just think it's more nuanced than that. As far as the word going, like I said before, this didn't start with black people. Like we wasn't just randomly calling ourselves the N word. We was being that's what was being used to refer to us in everyday. And like I said, if you go back and you look at the media back then, all you got to do is just even Google those interviews from the 30s and the 40s and those old cartoons. Hell, it was even racist cartoons like Looney Tunes and all of that. And in the media, if any, like with white people and everything back then, and it was just something that we eternalized it because that's what we saw ourselves as, because that's what had been pounded into our heads from the beginning. So we refer to each other as that. um yes, I use the word, and it is out of habit because that's what I grew up hearing, not saying that I should. And even myself, I have to stop myself to learn to restrict it when I'm speaking with other people, other black folks in company with. But unfortunately, when our culture was promoted, that word was promoted with it. A lot of other people have been influenced by our culture to use the word, but I think we have to start from the beginning with us and try to do our best to not. And so, once we stop using it, then it won't be, a lot of other people will stop. And but it's much more to it than that. I'm not one of those people that get all bent out of shape, like with the argument that y'all was making earlier about Fat Joe and Jennifer Lopez. Those are Americans that grew up in the Bronx, New York, amongst Black Americans, where that word is common. Same thing with certain Hispanics here in the Midwest where I'm at. So I never really made a big deal about it, but I just think it's a lot of fickleness too when it comes to it. But that's all I got to say. I'm gonna leave it at that. Thank you for letting me up, Melody.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming, and thanks for that final thought. Love it. All right, Mr. Know-It-All, final thoughts.
Yeah, so I think that not that we should accept it, but we have to kind of begrudgingly accept the fact that black people are the trendsetters. And so people will always, at least in this country and largely on a global scale, will imitate us, whether we want them to or not. This is kind of what people talk about when they're talking about appropriation, right? Where people will just pick and choose what they want to take from us and use, and they'll use it however carelessly they feel like. Like even if you look at what's happening with Beyonce right now, how people were upset that she made country music, only for them to be surprised when they discovered where country music originally came from. So it's kind of, rock and roll, same thing. Unfortunately, because black culture has gone mainstream and has been that way for a good 20 to 30 years, a lot of people, their only experience to black culture is through the media. They don't experience it firsthand. It's not like everybody grew up in the Bronx. A lot of people who grew up in predominantly to damn near exclusively white neighborhoods are using the N word now. And so, I don't know. I don't think that growing up around us it makes it okay either, because you notice when non-blacks grow up with blacks, it's the non-blacks that imitate the. Well, let me be more specific. Back in the 90s or so, in LA, and maybe GC when he does his final thought, if you could add a segment referring to this, Mexican people would call each other ese and vato and things like that. Now they use the N-word. Black people never adopted ese and vato amongst ourselves. We never emulated their culture, but they began to emulate ours. And so, I don't know. I guess it's just something we're gonna have to take on the chin because this is how it is and how it's always been.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
But I would advise maybe just if you do insist on trying to educate people, they're not going to listen to reason. When you're like, hey, don't say that because this about why can you say it but I can't, blah blah blah. I say just turn it back on them. If they use a slur with you, use it back to them.
Mm-hmm.
Encourage other people to use it back to them too. And when they're on the receiving end of it, maybe then they'll understand. Although, like I said earlier, I don't think that'll work with white people, but it might work with other groups.
Right.
So that's my final thought.
All right, thanks. I appreciate your final thought. Thanks for
So
coming.
can I say my final thoughts?
Who was that?
This is
That's you?
Irby.
All right, Irby and H&M, you guys came up late, so if y'all can kind of give a brief final thought, because you guys came pretty late.
Will do.
Yeah,
So
I heard everything. I just want to say my final thoughts.
okay, you and then H&M can go. Then we're gonna jump up to Classy. I'm sorry, Classy, you were next, but we'll jump up after. Go ahead, Irby.
All right. As for like on the individual level, we can stop using it depending on how we feel. People still gonna use the word. People still gonna use other groups gonna use the word. Even for the most part, black folks are gonna use the word. As a matter of fact, we could even get past explaining not to use the word because we still was using the word here on display tonight. So
A lot.
yeah,
Is that all?
yeah.
Thank you, Irby and H&M. Go ahead. Final thought.
For my final thoughts, a great show as always. And kind of like what Know It All said, we're trendsetters. It started with us, so I guess it's going to have to end with us. I mean, when you stop and think about it, hip hop culture started with us African Americans, and then other countries kind of adapted their own version of it, whether it be the Hispanics, the people in the UK, other cultures adapted it. So we started it. We misused the word, and now other people are just copying us, trying to be like us. So yeah, we set the standards. So we want to stop using the word. We want other people to stop using it, we're going to stop using it or use it a lot less, if anything.
Absolutely. Thank you. That's nothing but fact.
That's my final thought. I want to say salute to everybody. Thank you for having me. Salute to you, game changer, number one entertainer, puts the whip in the game like a lion tame. Salute to you, Killer Swag, get that bad. I'm caring about them price tags. And salute to you, Melody. Love what you're telling me. The way you kill it is a felony.
Thank you so much. Salute to you.
Yo, sis.
Thank you for those final thoughts. All right. So now we're going to have Classy. Go ahead with your final thoughts.
Oh, wait. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yes, nice and clear.
I always felt like I don't know what that is in the background, but
Everybody mute up while Classy talks. Blue, can you please mute up while Classy? Thank you. Go ahead, Classy.
I always felt like that when I go into a black neighborhood, I didn't feel comfortable. And I'll tell you why. I always came up with this idea in my head that I think a skinhead can walk through a black neighborhood with no problems before a black person can walk through a black neighborhood with no problems. I'll explain further on that.
Mm-hmm.
I remember I got into it with a guy out here in Los Angeles because he didn't like that I had an LA Dodgers hat on. And most of us know if you watch baseball, the color of the LA Dodgers hat happens to be blue. This young guy, apparently, I'm assuming he was a blood. He was dressed in red.
Mm-hmm.
And I had my scrubs on. With my stethoscope, I had that hat on. Out of all the people around, I was the only black person around. He felt comfortable to come and make a threat towards me at 8:30 in the morning. And I told him, I said, you're upset with me about the coloring of a hat, which was made probably in a textile factory, a piece of fabric. But I told him, I said, I remember once back in historical times, you were threatened just because of your skin color by the same people we're trying to find acceptance from. And I asked him, I said, what makes you any different? You want to cause bodily harm to me because I have something that's made out of fabric. That's your biggest threat. And that's why I always thought that way. Now I'm gonna try to make it short and pretty clear. I think that's sad. The problem with the whole N word and everything we do as being trendsetters, even when it comes to even outside black people, we're all trying to find acceptance from people who never liked us. Now, the whole thing about, just for example, when Biden is threatening Africa to have LGBTQIA in their country, they don't want that. They never do that to the Arabic countries because you know why? All the Arabic countries, they stick together. All the African people from all the diaspora do not stick together because all of this is about finding acceptance from people who never liked us. When it comes to our music or just even using the N word, it gives us a temporary smile. Oh, you like this too? Oh, you're my brother. I feel a kinship behind closed door and behind your back. They're figuring out ways to call you that for real. They just don't want to show their disdain and hate in front of you. So my point is this. I don't like the word because I wouldn't call my grandfather that. I wouldn't call my grandmother that. With the things they went through, my grandfather died at 104 years old. And he had the lashes on his back to prove it. So you think I'm going to disrespect him or my grandmother by going around calling other black people the N-word for what they went through? My personal opinion, all of y'all need to be ashamed of yourself, including me. But the problem with us and from the countries that I visit is that our problem is we are all about trying to find acceptance because we won't accept ourselves. And I'm done with my final thought.
Thank you so much, Classy, for that final thought. I loved it as usual. I appreciate you coming and always supporting the platform. Same thing with everybody else on the panel. Thank you so much for that. Okay. Baloo TV. You there?
Yeah.
Okay. Final thoughts.
All right. My final thoughts is everybody that's watching. You see how we acting on here. We saying this, we saying that, but hopefully y'all learned something by hearing us debate on things. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully it sparked something in you not to be the nigga or fight them nigga ways out because that's what it's really about. It's about not expressing yourself the wrong way sometimes, and if you do express yourself, that stigma is going to be on you. So none of us are niggas. We was born into this. Some people were born into these areas to where it's just more harder than others. But the moral of the story is, nigga. And I read a book from niggas to God. So that's the whole thing. We are all gods within ourselves. We all have our own energy. You know what I'm saying? Good energy. And a nigga is something that lives in you. Remember that. That's my final thought.
Thank you for that, Blue. Loved it. I loved your input tonight on the show. I really enjoyed you. Thank you so much, bro. All right, let's go with Swag. Swag next. Swag, what are your final thoughts?
Man, first off, I gotta say this was a dope conversation, even though it was a lot of back and forth, heated debates. But of course, it didn't go off the rails, anything like that. But my thing with this whole topic of conversation is that
let's wheel it back to the Indian woman that started this whole conversation in the first place. Just like Melody said, just like a lot of people said, she felt like that since she had a quote unquote black baby that she was allowed to that she earned the right to say that word, which honestly that you don't earn the right to say none of that, especially when you don't come from where we come from. And now after listening to all this stuff, man, it's like it's really making me think because when I was growing up, that's all we used to say around the block. You know what I'm saying? That's how I used to greet all my friends, whether it was in high school or whatever. Like, and we still be saying like, "Yo, what's up, man?" Whatever. Like, that's just it just rolls off the tongue so easily for me. You know what I'm saying? But thinking how it's a very despicable word and nobody should ever use it is like it just really makes me really think about it, man. It's like, and now I have to really fight to not say that word anymore because I've been so used to saying it for so many years. So now it's just like, oh man, like, so if y'all hear me say it, forgive me. I'm trying, but it's a hard habit to break because, like I said, I've been doing it ever since I was a teenager. But all in all, man, this was a dope conversation, man, and we just got to be better, man. And we got to find acceptance within each other before we look for acceptance outside of our race, man. That's all I got to say on that, yo.
Thank you, Killer Swag. That was dope. Stayed on topic. I love it. You were right. Well, I'll get mine last, but thank you so much, Swag.
No doubt.
And Game Changer, what are your final thoughts?
So yes, I will say that Black people, particularly Black Americans, have I don't know, it's an inexplicable way to influence the cultural behaviors of the rest of the world. Um, it's sad that we choose to make the world more niggified with our power to influence. I mean, when we did jazz, they did jazz. When we were, like Muhammad Ali influenced the world, like, and our standing amongst the Vietnamese people during the war. Like we have the power to influence the world, but instead of for making the world a better place for Black people and helping improve Black people, we decide to be niggas, and that's a damn shame. But nevertheless, that's what a lot of Black people are doing now. As far as um, the woman on the thing, she feels that she deserves the right to say nigga because she is a nigga. So she feels, that she can use that word. She's earned that right. It has nothing to do with Black baby or anything like that. It has nothing to do um, with having a Black boyfriend or the father of her child being Black. Simply put, she's dumb as hell, ignorant as fuck, and as such, she is a nigga, and therefore she's in that group. She's in that cohort. But see, she used it as a blanket statement, for all peoples of color, not just her. No, it's a blanket statement for all ignorant bastards of the world. That's my final thought.
Thank you, GC. That was a dope final thought.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much. Thank you, everybody on the panel, for your final thoughts. I love this show tonight, even though some of us were acting like nagaggers, But it was just a show. It was entertaining. Everybody had a lot of great points. I'm gonna say this. I don't think anybody should say the N word, especially not people of other races. But it starts with us, people of color. We need to start correcting people because honestly, I don't think some people, they just don't know better. Like they just hear us say it, they think it's okay. But remember, they don't have the ancestry that we have. Like they don't have the same background. They didn't come from slavery, or anything like that. So when they come here to America and they hear Black people saying the N word, they like, hey, it's okay. Remember, we are trendsetters at the end of the day here in America. So I kind of understand why they say it, but it's just wrong. So, thank you everybody for coming. I got another Cash App from, who is this? This is E. Capone. He's the one that always say, I love Melody. Melody, salute to you. He said, stay sexy, Melody. Thank you so much. Thank you. Everybody who supported the stream today with a like or with a Cash App or even just chatting in the chat room. And all of the panelists, thank you so much for coming up and giving your take on the conversation. And we will have more conversations like this soon, hopefully. And I will see you guys on the next one. Peace.